Hi friends, welcome to the second episode of our full stack social media app. And in this episode, we are going to build our back end and connect it with our front end or UI. Okay, so without much ado, let's get started. So this is where we left in our previous episode or tutorial. So if you haven't watched that one, you have to watch that one. Okay, so we are going to create, so I'll make a directory known as server and cd into server. Okay, so in here I'll just run npm init, then put y to avoid the questions. Okay, so if you come inside here, you see that we have a package.json file in here. Okay, so let's install our dependencies, and I'll leave the list of dependencies in the description. So npmi or install, we'll need bcryptjs to encrypt our password, body parser, course.env, express helmet, json web token, mongoose, morgan, node mailer to send emails for email verification, and nodemon as well as uid to create unique strings or numbers. Okay, so just hit enter to install. Okay, so once it is installed, okay, so we have it, and let's also work on our database. So we'll go to MongoDB. Okay, okay, so make sure you log in. If you don't have account, you can create an account. Okay, so I'll log in with my Google ID or mail. So once you're in here, if yours is a new account, you may not see this, so you can just click here. Let me zoom it in. You can click here and create a new project. Okay, so maybe I can say full stack. No, let me say social underscore media. Okay, and click enter. Okay, so you just click create project. So once the project is created, you will see to create a deployment, so click here. Okay, and make sure you select free should be enough, and you can leave all other settings as default. Okay, and create. Okay, so once it is created, you need to create user. So I'll put CodeWave, and I will generate password. Okay, so I'll copy the password and then come here, IP address I'll add to. Okay, you can add your current IP address, but I'll put this to allow connection from anywhere. Okay, then finish it. Okay, So this will create a new DB. Okay, so in here, once you're in, you can come to you go to network. So network, in here you see that we have added our IP address, and you come to database access. Also we have our user in here. Okay, so now if you click on database here and you go to connect. Okay, so select connect with VS Code, and you copy the string here, or connection string. Okay, so you can go back into here and create a .env file inside your server. I think we have double folders in here. We have created server, so I think I'll move one out. Okay, I think this one will be okay, and remove one. Okay, okay, so in here we create our .env file. Inside the .env file we'll create MongoDB URL, and just paste our URL, and you need to make sure your name is here and you put your password. So just remove here and put your password there. Okay, so you put your password here. Okay, also we will need API key for it. So here let's make it a social DB. Okay, okay, so in here we'll also need API key, and you can put any key you want. Okay, we also need a port of 88,000. Okay, we'll also need email for our email verification. We need to send a mail, and we also need the password of the email. Okay, so that one I will not show you. So I am using Hotmail account, and we also need the app URI, and the app will be running on localhost 88,000. So if we deploy it, then we'll have to change this. So put your Hotmail account here. Just go to a Hotmail and create an account there. Okay, so I will not show you that one. Okay, and make sure you save it. Okay, okay, so now in here in our package.json, let's add a start script, and we'll just say nodemon. Then we put the index.js. Okay, oh sorry, all to be small letters. This will nodemon index.js, and we'll create the index.js shortly. Okay, also we want to change the type so that we can use the import statement to module, so that we'll use import statement instead of const required. Okay, so now let's create the index.js file. Okay, so in this index.js file we will need a couple of import statements here. Okay, so we will need express from express.env, course, Morgan, and body parser. We also need React helmet. We also need React helmet for security. No. Okay. So in here, once we are done, we need to configure our .env and also our express app. So we'll say .env.configure, and we'll also create an express app. Okay, then we can bring in our port. So we set the app, we bring in our port. Okay, so we're getting the port from the .env file, and if it doesn't exist, we fall back to this 88,000. Okay, so now okay, so we say the app, so we need to do a lot of configurations or middlewares here. We said the app should use helmet, use course, and use body parser, as well as we will use express. Okay, so we use express and also express with the URL encoded extended to true. Okay, let's also pass our Morgan, okay, and set it to development. Okay, then there are all other middlewares we will put but later. Okay, so now we'll say that the app should listen on the port we created, and if everything goes through, we expect it to console log a message that server running on port so and so on port 88,000. Okay, so we can start it and see if it works by running npm start and see if it goes through, and now we have server running. Okay, so now let us configure our database. So we'll just create a folder as dbconfig. Okay, in it we can create index.js file. Okay, so in a dbconfig, we will need to import mongoose. After mongoose, we'll create a function called dbconfig, and in it we'll have our try catch. So in it we'll have our try catch. Okay, so we have our try catch here. So inside this we are going to put our MongoDB connection. Okay, so in here we are connecting to Mongo. Okay, so we use the mongo.connect function, and we are importing our URL from the env file. Okay, so inside that we also want to set the URL parser, new URL parser to true, as well as use the uniform topology also to true. Okay, so if everything goes through, we want to console log a message that DB connected successfully. Also, let's not forget to export it here. Okay, so we'll export it as DB connection. Okay, so in here we can just come to our index file, and right after our port we can connect to the database. So we'll import it here and make sure it's imported. Don't forget to add the okay, so put the /index.js. Don't forget to add the .js, else we'll get an error. Okay, let's see if it goes through, and now our database is connected successfully. Okay, we're making progress. So now let us move to our models. Let us create models. Okay, so create a folder called models, and inside it we need to create the user model first. Okay, let's create user model. Okay, so let's say user model.js, and in it we also need mongoose. So we need mongoose and schema from mongoose. Okay, so now let us create the schema. So we'll just bring this schema here. Okay, so inside it we're going to have the various objects. Okay, so we need, I'll just copy and bring it to avoid time wasting. Okay, so in here we'll have first name, and we'll make it required. If it doesn't exist, we'll send this message. We also have last name, which will be required. Email is required, and it should be unique. We have password should be of minimum length 6. It's also required. Then we have other fields like location, profile URL, profession, friends, which will be an array of the users, this same user model. Then we have the number of views as well as whether the account is verified or not, and by default we'll set it to false. Okay, let's also add a timestamp in order to get the default created at date and updated at. Okay, so now we need to export our model. So it says that the user should be equal to mongoose.model. Then we pass the name and the schema, then we export it as user. Okay, that's pretty simple here. Okay, so that is our user model. So we'll create other models as well, and we will need some models like the post model. Okay, so post model.js. Okay, I think, okay, post model.js. Okay, so in the post model.js, as usual, we will need this also. I'll just copy and bring it, then we'll explain what is happening here. Okay, so in here we are creating a post model, and the post should have a user ID, meaning it will be of reference to the user. We just created the user model, so the user ID will be stored in here, and we also have the description of the post, which should be required, and we have an image. The image can be optional. Okay, we have the likes as well as the comment, which will also be an array referencing to the image model that will the comment model will create later. Okay, so once it's done, we need to make the model and export it here. So we'll export it as post, and we'll pass the schema here. Okay, so far so good. Okay, so now what other model should we need to create? We will need to create the comment model. Okay, since we have that one. Okay, so let's create comment model. So comment model.js. Okay, and as usual we'll need this. Okay, so once we have that, we need to set up. Okay, so we have this here. Okay, so now we have this model, and inside it we'll bring the various fields. Okay, so we need the user ID, also the user posted the comment, and we also need of which post are we commenting. So we need the post ID and the comment itself and the comment from who. Okay, so this will reference the post, this will also reference the user. Okay, however, we will also need replies. People can reply to a particular comment, so that will also be an array, and inside it we will have similar thing of the comment, right? So inside it here we will have similar thing. We also have the reply ID. Even we can leave this one because an ID will be generated automatically. Yes, and we also have the user replying from who is replying, and reply at who. So the reply at who will be this from name. Okay, and we also have the reply as the comment, and the created at date as well as updated at, and the likes to a particular comment. Okay, aside that, people can also like a particular comment. So this likes is for this main comment and not the reply, because the reply has its own here. Okay, and we also need to get a timestamp, so we'll bring the timestamp in here. Okay, so we need to export it, make the model and export it here. Okay, so now we are exporting it as comments in here, passing the comment schema. Okay, so far so good. Now let us also create the email verification, then a password reset, as well as the friends model. Okay, so the email verification is pretty simple. So I'll just create email verification.js. I'll just paste this. So as usual, we're importing Mongoose and creating a schema, and it will has the user ID, then the token, a string. We'll also need the created at and when it will expire. Okay, sure, and we are exporting it here as verification. Okay, that's pretty simple. Now let's also talk about the friends schema. Model. Friend request. So users can make friend request, and when you make friend request, we want to store it somewhere so that when the user accepts, then we can add it to your friends. Okay, so as usual, we need Mongoose, then we create request schema. So we'll need the request to, which will be a user ID, and the request from the person requesting, as well as we will need the request status, and by default it should be pending. When you send the request first, it will be pending. When they accept you, then we'll change the state here, and we'll export it as friend request, passing the schema in here. Okay, let's also talk about password reset. We also did a password reset model, password reset.js, and I'll just bring this here. Okay, so we'll have this Mongoose, and we're creating the schema. We'll have the user ID, right? It should be unique, and we'll also have the email, which should also be unique, meaning you can only request one. Send requests for password reset at once at a time. You can't do it double one, so it should be one at a time. We also need the token and the created, as well as when it will expire, and we are exporting as password reset. Okay, and what again will we need? Basically, I think that's all we need. So we have these modules 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think if that's all we need, should anything come up again, we'll see how we'll handle it. Okay, so I'll close all of them, and JSON. Okay, so now we have it this way. So what we have to do, we will have to create controllers for the various actions that we're going to have here. Okay, so we have a folder known as controller, and inside the controller we are going to have the various actions. Okay, so now let's first do with the user controller. Okay, so in the user controller, let's first talk about authentication, because user must be authenticated before we proceed to other stuffs. Okay. So let's have auth controller.js, and we will need to import the user model. So we are importing the user model, and don't always forget to add the .jss, right? Okay, so if you click on it, it should open the user model. Okay, so we're importing the user model, and we will need to create a function. So we'll say we have this function here. Okay, so we have a function called register, which should be an async function. We will accept the request, the response, and the next. Okay, so we will need to destructure the various properties of fields coming from the body. So we say cons, we need the first name, the last name, email, and password from the request of the body. Okay, so now we will need to check if there are fields which are invalid. So we'll check that if these fields are invalid, if the S1, which is empty, we'll send a message to the user that all fields are required. We'll create our error handler or middleware shortly. Okay, right after this we'll create that one. Okay, so now we'll need a try catch statement, as we always need to check for errors. Okay, so we'll put try catch in here, and we'll just console log the error as well as send it with a status of 404. Okay, so in here what is going to happen is that we first need to check if the user email exists, right? Because you can use the email, has to be unique. So we'll check if the user exists by using the user body, find one, then we find by email. If it exists, we need to send a message to the user that the email already is in use. Okay, so if it exists, we'll send a message to the user that the email is already in use. However, if it doesn't exist, then we need to create a new one. I hope you understand how it's going. If it doesn't exist, we need to create a new one. So we will have to first hash the password, and we need to create this function. Okay, so now we will be using this hash password often in other areas to hash strings. So perhaps we can call it hash strings instead of hash password. Okay, so let's create a utils folder, utils, and in the utils folder we will need index.js. okay, then we will say we'll need to import few function import statements. So we import bcrypt as well as this from JSON web token. Okay, so we'll create this function. Let's call it hash string. Hash string. Okay, because we will not only use it for password, and we will call the let's say user value here. Okay, it should be user value. Okay, so now we'll create a sort. We'll create a sort, with bcrypt. After we creating a sort, then we need to create the hashed let's just say hash password and return it here. Okay, so we need to pass this user value here. Okay, so now we'll create it using the sort that we have here and we'll return it. Okay, we'll also need other few functions like the one to also compare when we are trying to log in. Okay, so let's also call it compare string, and we need the user password as well as the password itself here and compare it. Okay, we'll also need to create a JSON web token. Okay, so here we'll just take the user password and the password and compare the two. If it matches, we'll send them as match. It will either be true or false. Okay, now we also need to create a JSON web token. Okay, so we'll create a JWT and we'll just sign with the user ID as the ID that will come in here, and we're also using the process.env here and referring to the secret key that we created in our .env file. Okay, so in here we can now go and call the hash string inside our alt here. We'll just put this and import it and make sure the .js extension is there. Okay, so we'll pass the password as the value. Okay, so now when this password is hashed, now we need to now create the user. Okay, we need to now create the user. So we'll say user should be equal to we await user model.create, and we'll pass the various field and we'll pass the password as the hashed password here. Okay, now when it is successful, when the account is successful, we will have to send the email to the user. Okay, so we'll send a verification email to the user where we'll pass the user and the response. So we'll send a verification email to the user to verify the account. We will not have to log them in. We first have to let them verify their account first. Okay, so now in our utils file or folder, let us create send verification or send email. So send email.js. Okay, so send email.js, and in here we will need a couple of things here. Okay, so we will need to have these packages imported. Okay, so we need nodemailer.env, and we also need the version 4 of the UUID. Okay, so first we need to configure our .env and also get the various fields we need. So we'll configure it.env and we'll also import the auth email as well as the password and the app URL, if you remember. Okay, so when we are done, we need to create a node mailer transporter. We need to create a node mailer transporter, and the node mailer transporter will just create a node mailer transporter like this. So inside the transporter, we just say transporter should be nodemailer.create transporter. Inside the transporter, we need to put the host as well as the authentication. Okay, and the host will be smtp-mail.outlook.com. We're using Outlook. It's reliable, so you can use it unless configuration. You don't need to do any configuration. All you need is just create the account and use the credentials. That's all. But however, you have to watch your mail should in case anything pop up that you need to confirm, so you can use it and you do so. However, there's no configurations at all. Okay, so once we create the host, we also need to put the authentication here. We need to have the authentication. Okay, so the auth will take the user, which will be the email, and the pass, which will be the password. Okay, so now once this is done, now let us create the send verification email function. Okay, so now send verification email. Okay, so if you remember, we will take if we go back to our auth, we should send the user, so we can import it here and make sure it has the extension of js. Okay, it's there. We'll send the user as well as the response. Okay, so we have the user and the response in here. So inside it, we will need to destructure few props from the user. So we will need the user ID, we will need the email, and the last name. We just want to address them with the last name from the user. Okay, any other fields you need, you can have it as you want. Okay, we also need to create a UID. We'll create a token using the UID. So we just want to attach the ID here to the what we created, the token we create using the UID. Also, let us also create a string or a link for the verification. Now, if you remember, the app ID is just localhost 3000 / so it will be localhost 3000 / users / verification / then we have the ID of the user, then / the token will also come in here. So that will be the link for the verification. Okay, so now we have to create a node options, the mail options, right? We need to prepare our mail as we want to send it. Oh, I'm sorry, this has to be inside, so this has to come out here. Good. All this has to be inside the function. Okay, so now we're going to prepare the mail options. Now in the mail options, we will need few props, like we'll need the from, which will be from our email, and the to will be that of the user, and the subject will be email verification. We will also need the HTML property, which will be the body of the mail, and with that one I have prepared an HTML content, so you can put any message that you want in there. Okay, so I have prepared this here. Okay, so in a template string, I have just put some div, and I am addressing with the name, that the name, so hi name, then the message that you have to verify your email address in here, then I'm passing the link also. Okay, so now once we have the mail options, we need to now send the verification mail. Okay, so in a try catch, this one ends here. Okay, so in a try catch, we're going to perform the sending. Okay, so one, we will need to have, okay, so we will need to have the hash token. We need to hash the token. Okay, and if you remember, this should be hash hash string. Okay, and make sure it is imported. Okay, so hash string is imported from here. It ought to be from index.js. Add the index.js to avoid errors. Okay, so once we hash the token, and we now have the new verification mail, which will be from the verification model. Verification model. Okay, that one is not imported here. Let's make sure we import that. So verification. Okay, we can try from the model. Model verification, email verification. Okay, so we have email verification here. So this is what we are importing from here. Okay, and let's make sure. Okay, so we say email verification.create, then the user ID will be the ID here, and the token will be the hash token, and the created add date will be now, and the expire date and expire add will be just 1 hour. Okay, so this is in milliseconds, so if you convert it, you should get 33 it's 3,600. Okay, no, it's 3,600,000. Okay, plus the date. Okay, and okay, so that's how we're gonna have it. Now first we need to check if in the verification we will have to first check. Okay, so let's bring in this one here. Okay, so after this that we have now created it, we need to send a mail. So if the verification exists, meaning it's successful, then we need to use the node mailer.send mail, and we'll pass the mail option we created above. We pass the mail option to it, and if it is successful, then we'll send the status of pending and a success message that email verification has been sent to your email address. So check and verify. Okay, so if this dot then fails, meaning we come into the catch here, then we'll send a status of 404 that something went wrong. Okay, so this this function will send the email. So let's make sure we import it here, and I think we have done that. Okay, so once we are done, we'll send the verification mail to the user. Okay, okay, so we'll send the verification mail to the user. So we can close this as well as close this one. Okay, so now we are back to here. So now the email has been sent to the user. The user will have to verify. So now let us create our error middleware. So we'll say middleware. So in there's a pretty middleware we have been using, so I'll just copy and bring it. Okay, if you watched the previous tutorial, you should know about this middleware. Okay, so it's in here. We are just trying to get a lot of middleware in here. Okay, it's pretty simple. Okay, so we'll add this middleware to our index.js file to catch all our errors. Okay, so we'll say the app should use the error middleware. Not here. Okay, let's continue. So now let's apply the middleware in here. Okay, so maybe after Morgan, we can put our middleware here and let's import it. Okay, so it's been imported here. Okay, so now what next? Now that we have one action, okay, let's also create the login. Okay, okay, so in the login, let's create the login function. Okay, so we have the login function, and inside it we also need to destructure the props from the body, and we need to have a try catch as well to catch errors. Okay, so inside the try catch we will have to check if validate all fields and see that they exist, especially email and the password, because that's what we need. So if they don't exist, we send a message to the user. Okay, now when that is done, we need to fetch the user from our database. So we'll fetch the user using the user model. Okay, so we'll fetch the user by email, and we also want to select the password. Okay, and we also want to populate the friends. So we want to populate the friends of that user, and we are selecting the first name, last name, the location, and the profile. We don't want to select the password. Okay, so if the user exists, we have to check. If the user does not exist, so we have this note here. If it does not exist, then it means either the email or the password is wrong. Now, if the user exists, we also need to check. We also need to check if the verified property is true. So if it's false, meaning the user account is not verified, therefore the user will have to verify the account. If it is verified, then we can continue to compare the password that we have here. So we'll say compare strings. We will bring it here. This can go. Okay, so we'll bring that one here. So compare it and pass the password and the user password here, the password from our DB and this one. Okay, so we'll pass the password and then compare them to see. Right, we compare them to see that they match. If they match, this will be true. If not, it will be false. Okay, so now let us check if it matches or not. So if password is match is false, meaning the password is invalid, then we want to say that something went wrong. If it matches or if it's true, then we can continue to say that we'll set the user password to undefined, because we don't want to send the password to the front end to the user. It will not be needed there, and it is not advisable. Then we'll also create a token using the JWT token we created. And if you remember, it accepts the user ID. So we'll pass the user ID. Okay, so once it is also created, then we need to send a response or a feedback back to the user, and we'll send with the status code of 201, and the status will be true and the message will be logged in successfully. Then we send the user and the token to the user. Okay, so this is pretty our login and register function. Now we have to create a route for these things. Okay, so we'll create a route folder, routes, and in the route we'll create the alt route. We'll have the alt route and the other routes. Okay, so first let's have the auth routes.js. Okay, so in the auth route.js. Okay, I think I have a couple of js. Yes. Okay, so in the auth.js, that's where we're going to perform the various routes. I mean, those where we're going to put the various endpoints. So we'll need express, and we'll create an express router here. Once the express router is created, now we can have the various endpoints. So we'll have that endpoint of post. This will be a post request, and the endpoint is register, and we'll pass the function that we created. Don't forget to add the .js. Okay, then we'll have another one for also the login. That will also be a post request. So when that endpoint is hit, then we will log in. Then we'll export the router here. Okay, so since we're going to have more routes like that of user and post, we will need an index file to export all of them. And in the index file, okay, in the index file, we'll create an express. We import an express and create a route. Create a route and that of user. Okay, so we create a route. So whenever we hit, so in the here it will be auth slash either register or login one. So first we'll have localhost slash auth, then this one will come in here. Okay, so here we need to import auth route from ./auth route.js. Okay, so now let's also export this route here. Okay, so now inside our index.js, we can now have our various routes. So if we go to our server index here, we can put our route here, which will be coming from the index. Make sure it is coming from the index of the routes. Okay, so it should be coming from this one here. Okay. Okay, so we're making progress now. So I think we can try to test it and see. So perhaps I should bring my Postman. Okay, we're going to use Postman to try it. Okay, so I'll bring my Postman here. So in my Postman here, you see that I already have some test data here. So I think I'll use the same thing. I will use the same thing to avoid time wasting. Okay, so I have a social media here. So we'll go into the user here, and first we need to register. Okay, so in the registration, we're gonna have code and wave, and the email has to be a correct email address. So I'll put codewavewithasante at gmail.com. Okay, then I'll put password. Okay, so make sure that you have a correct email account where you can do the okay. So now let's try it and see. And as you know, it will be a post request with http localhost 88,000 /alt/register. Okay, so now so if you check the email here, you can see that there is no email here. Okay, so let's try to send and see what will happen, whether it will work or not. Okay, so if we click on send, let's see what will happen. Okay, so now we have the response that the email has been sent to our account. So if we check here, you see that we actually hit the register endpoint. Okay, so now let's check our email. And if you check the email, you can see that now we have a mail from this my email address, right? The Hotmail account I'm using. And if you click on it, you can see that now we have, please verify your email address. Hi Wave, that's the name, then the message here, and it expires in 1 hour. And if you hover over it, you can see down here that there is a link, right? There's a link for you to click on it and verify your email, but that endpoint does not exist for now. So let's continue. So now our login is successful. I mean, our sign up is successful. Let us try to log in and see that it will work or not. Okay, so let me copy this email and come to the login and put that one here. Okay, that's also a push request, auth/login. Let's see, since our email is not verified, let's see if it will work or not. Okay, so now let's test it and see. So if we send it, now we're getting a feedback of failed. User email is not verified. So the user email is not verified. Okay, and if you check, you see that we're getting a 404 response here that the email is not verified. For that reason, you cannot log in. You need to verify your email first. Okay, so now let us continue and get that endpoint to verify the mail. Okay, so in that, we will first need to have if you can recall, the endpoint for sending the mail, the endpoint here for sending the mail is /user. Okay, so you see /user, so we need to create this first, then we can do that. Okay, so we're gonna have one more route for users. So okay, so in here we'll have the user routes.js, and we'll import this express and this path. This path is already shipped with Node. You don't have to install it. Okay. Okay, so now we have to create an app. Okay, so you don't have to install that one. Now we need to create an express app route as usual. So we're creating a route and also creating the directorate. We're using the path.resolve and getting the path. Okay, we need to get the path of a file, because when it is success, when the verification is true, we will need to return something to the user for the user to see. Okay, so now first we will have to verify the token and those things, and we'll need to create a route for that. Okay, so we'll first need one route. which will be a get route to verify the user. So if you remember from here, if you remember from the send email, which ought to be, if you remember from the send email, it has to be users slash verify, then the ID, the user ID and the token. So in here we have the verify, user ID and the token, and we need to create this function. Okay, let's create this function, and this will be in the user controller. So let's come to the controllers here and create one more controller as user controller. Okay, user controller.js. Okay, so in here we're going to have the verify email. Okay, we will need to have mongoose here. Okay, then let's create the function. Okay, so verify email, and we'll need some parameters. I mean, we'll need the data. So from the params, we're getting the user ID and the token. Okay, so once we have the user ID and the token, we will have to do some few things. It's a little bit complicated, but let's try to make it pretty simple. Okay, so now we'll first have to find if the user exists, right? So first, let us find if the user exists. I mean, if the verification exists. If you remember, we created a model for it. So we have to first find if the verification exists by reasons of the user ID. Okay, so if it exists, so we can say const data equal to, okay, so await, this should be const. Okay, so now we gonna await this process. Once it is done, we will have to check if it exists or not, right? Okay, but then let's wrap it in the try catch. Good. And let's get one of the error messages. Okay, so this will bring it here. Okay, so when it is successful, then we will have to proceed to the next step. Okay, so when it is successful, we need to check. So if the data exists, right? If data exists, oh, okay, so if the data exists, then we'll have to check whether it has expired or not. If the data exists, remove the equal to, then we need to check whether it has expired or not. So we will need to check for the expiration. So we're going to check that if, so first let us destructure the data. Okay, let's turn this to result. Yes, result. Okay, so now, okay, so now we'll destructure from the result the expire at the token and the hash token. Okay, so now we'll check if the expire is less than date. Now means if it's less than the current time, then means that it has expired. Okay, so if it has expired, then we will have to find it and delete it, right? So if it has expired, we will delete it. So we can say await, right? So we await it and delete that particular record. Okay, Now when we delete it, we delete it, we also need to find the user information and delete that one as well. Okay. Okay, let me make it this way to make it pretty cool so that we can handle the error messages. So now if we check the NAS expire, we want to delete it by regions of the user ID, and we'll use the .then function, and then we will also find the user and delete the user. Okay, so this user is coming from the user model.js. Okay, so we'll also find the user model, the user, sorry, and also delete the user since the link has expired. So we delete the verification, then we delete the user as well. Then we will send a message to the user that the verification token has expired. Then we will redirect the user to a particular file, HTML file that we create with a status of error and the message of this message that we have created here. Okay, so we'll create this endpoint and send the user there as well. And if an error occurs, we'll redirect the user with the verified as error. So there will be the error message will go, and the status will be an error. So let's put status. The status will be equal to error. Or yeah, okay, error, and we'll have the message also. Okay, so now what if the token hasn't expired? It hasn't expired. So where do we have the if statement? We can bring this one here. So this ends here. Okay, so if it hasn't expired, meaning it is still active, so we'll check for whether the token is now valid or not, right? Okay. Okay, so now we'll check if the token is still valid or not. So we'll put the .then. Okay, and also put the catch. Yes, good. So now we have it this way. Let's make sure we matching the parentheses very well. Okay, that's all. So now let's handle the catch first. Okay, so in the catch, if we have an error, we still have to send to the user that there is an error. So we'll send a message. Let's make this error. Okay, so we'll redirect the user to that same page and say there is an error. Okay, now let's come to the .then function here. Okay, so in here that we are sending the this and that to the function we created, the utility. It should be compare string. To compare string here, and let's import it to compare string. Okay, so we'll get is match as the return property. Okay, so if it's match, then we will have to do an action. Okay, so now first we will need to check if it's matched or not. Okay, so in here we'll check if it's matched. We will do one thing, else we will do another thing. Okay, so let's have it to here. So inside this, when it's matched, we need to check the user model again and do some few changes in there. Okay, so when it's match, okay, so when it's match, we'll need to move to the user model again. In the user model, we'll have to find one by the find one and update, that's by the ID, and we'll update the verify field to true. Okay, then when we after we are done with the verification, then we'll do have to delete the data from the verification model, also based on the ID, and we'll delete it. Now when we are done deleting, then we'll redirect the user to the particular page with a success message, this time with a success message that telling the user that the email has been verified. When an error occurs during the process of verifying, we'll also send to the user that something went wrong, either the verification link failed, or the link is invalid. However, if the match is also false, meaning it's either the link has been altered, therefore we'll redirect the user that the verification link is invalid or it's failed, right? Okay, so these are the possible ways that can cause that, because when the user edits the link or copy the wrong link, these things can also happen. Okay, I hope that it's moving well. Okay, so now this is where we have okay, here. Okay, good. Okay, so what if the this is the expire, if the user does not exist, then we can put another thing that says that the verification link failed, we need to try again, because if we search and we do not get the user, meaning the link has been altered, therefore we send this to the user. Okay, and in the catch here, I think we can change the message when something goes wrong. Instead of this message, we need to populate something to the user, so we'll redirect the user again to the same page with an error message that something went wrong. Okay, so this way we can handle our verification. Let's make sure everything is imported here. Okay, utils index.js. okay, here verification.js. okay, so we are good to go. So now we can go back to the user route, and in the user route here, so we can import this. Okay, so now we can import this .js. okay, we can import this. Now once that is imported, you see that we are redirecting the user to, when everything is true or there's an error, we redirect the user to /users/verified then something. Okay, so we need to create that endpoint too. Okay, this is auth go user. Okay, okay, so we need to have this endpoint. Okay, so now it will be a get request, so we will redirect the user to verified, right? So once verified, then the remaining ones will be other parameters that we'll add. Okay, so we'll redirect the user to user/verified, then we'll resend the user to a particular file we are going to create using the path we created here, the directory name, right? So we need to create this folder, let's call it views. Okay, so in the client folder here, we create views, and in the views folder, I'll bring the HTML file we need to redirect the user to. Okay, so I'll just copy and paste it in here. Okay, so we'll redirect the user to this file, and It has a couple of styling. Okay. And when we also click on the button, it will take us to the login. Okay, so we'll get the message as well as the status, right? And on the basis of that, we'll render a particular content. Okay, that's pretty simple. Okay, so in here, user views, then we'll redirect to this particular file. Okay, so now let's also export this. And now let's go into our here, our route, the route index, and add that of the user route. Okay, so we need to add the user route and also import user routes from user route.js. Okay, so now I think we can go and try to see if it works. Okay, so in here, let's see if we can copy the link, copy its address. Good. Copy its address, bring it here, and let's see. Okay, so now let's try to edit it a little, remove one number and put it in C. So now we are getting this login, meaning there's something wrong. Okay, let's check our database in C, or let's check our backend. Okay, so in here we're getting an error, not here. The verification. Okay, and this one is also success. Okay, let's check our DB and see. Okay, go here. And in the verification, let's see, we still have it here, and this part is also still false. Okay, then there must be something wrong. Let us check once again. If I put the link again and remove few things. Okay, we're still getting the login. Okay, so let's debug our code and see what is wrong. Okay, so let's continue. So we said when the user gets the link and clicks on it, we'll go to this get route / verify, and we want to save this index or HTML file to the user, which is in our view folder, and inside it we have another folder as build. Okay, so you need to make few changes to your server index file. So just go in there and import path from path, and also create a variable name del name, which will give you the directory name, and will tell the app to use express.static. Then we pass the path name that the app should use. Okay, so now let us go and try it and see if it works or not. Okay, so by now I think my token has expired. So if I have this token which I think is expired, so if I click on it, you see that we're getting an invalid token, meaning it has expired. Okay, so now let's create a new user and see if it will work. Okay, so when it has expired, the user will be deleted from the database. So let's create a new one. Okay, so if I click on send, this will take a little while. Okay, so now the email has been sent, so we can go back to our email and check. So now we have a new email here. Okay, so now let's try to copy the code, the link, and modify it to see if it will work or not. Okay, so if I modify it here, and I press enter, you see it say that verification failed or link is invalid. Okay, so now let us now click on the right one and see. So if I click on it, now you see that email is verified successfully. Now you click on login, which will take you to should take you to the local host 3000, but unfortunately that app is not running yet. So when we get to the front end, then that one will also work. Okay, so now our email has been verified. We can cross check from our database. So if you come to our database here, you see we have user with now verification, which is true. Okay, so now let us try to log in and see if it will work. Okay, so we go to login and let's try it and see. Okay, so now we are logged in successfully, so meaning we have been able to implement register and login as well as email verification. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so now we done with the authentication of user and the various routes. Okay, and also verify the user account. Okay, okay, so now let us work on the other routes of the user. Okay, okay, so now that we have verified the user, let us also use similar approach to request for password reset. Okay, so we'll still be inside the user controller and create a function for such. Okay, so we'll get a request password reset. So the user will have to request, and in the request we'll send the link to the user. Okay, so we'll put it inside a try catch. Okay, okay, so we have a try catch, and in the try catch here we will take the ID from the user, then we'll take the email from the user and fetch the user details. So we'll destructure the email from the body, and in that we'll find the user by the email. Now if the user does not exist, we have to send a message to the user that the email is invalid or the account does not exist, right? So if the user does not exist, we'll send a feedback to the user that it failed, email address was not found. However, if the user exists, then we will have to send an email to the user. Therefore, we need to create, if you remember, we have a model of password reset. Okay, so we'll have to call the password reset model here. Okay, this okay, we call this one here. Okay, and we find by email. We need to check to see that if the user has already requested for password reset. Okay, so now if the user has requested for one, so if the user has already requested for one, we need to send a message to the user that you have perhaps requested for one. So we'll say that if it exists, right, then we'll also check that if it hasn't expired. If it hasn't expired, means that the token is still valid. Then we'll send to the user that the message has already been sent, so check your email and verify, right? However, if it has expired, then we will have to delete it. If it has expired, then we'll have to delete it, then create a new one. Okay, so if it exists and it hasn't expired, this one will not run, so because we will return from here, so this one will not run. So if it doesn't exist or it has expired, then we'll delete it. Then we send a new verification, reset link to the user. Okay, so we'll send a new verification link. Now let us create this also. So we'll go to our utils file, and inside the utils we have send email verification. Okay, so we'll create another function for that. Okay, so in here, let's close this. Okay, so we'll create this, and in here also we'll take the username, the user ID and the email. So we'll take the user ID and the email. After that, we will have to also prepare our mail options. So as we did for the other one, we will have to also create the token using the UID. And here we'll go to user/request password, then the ID and the token. Okay, then let's prepare our mail options. So I'll just bring my mail options here. Okay, so we just create the mail option with the auth email and to the user, and the subject is password reset, and we have the mail body also here. Okay, so in a try catch, then we're gonna send the message to the user. Okay, so I'll just bring it here. Okay, so in this try, we want to hash the password, and if you remember, this is hash string. Okay, so we'll hash the string, and when we hash it, we will create a reset password. And if I can remember, this has already been imported. Oh, okay, it's here. Okay, so now we'll create a new one. So we'll create a data with the ID, user ID being the ID, and the email, then the token we created, and the date, as well as this will expire in just 10 minutes. When it is successful, then we'll send the email to the user as well. Okay, so we'll send the email to the user to check the account. Okay, so now let's go back and import this function inside our user controller here. Okay, so here we're importing it from here, and make sure it comes with a extension.js. Okay, so now we have been able to send the request password to the user. Okay, so now let's go back to our route here and also create a route for that as such. Okay, so in the user route here, when the user requests for password, request for password reset. Okay, so this will also be a get route. Okay, so we'll go to reset password, then the user ID and the token, then we import the function we just created. Okay, then we also need to get a link to save the content to the user. Okay, so we can just duplicate this and change the verification to password reset. Okay, and we'll just save the same content here, but this time it will go with some parameters. Okay, so the parameters that it will go with, okay, so now this should be reset password. We'll create it. This should be reset password, and let's create another route. Okay, so this route will reset the password. Okay, so this shouldn't come from the email, it should come from here. Request password reset, request password reset. Okay, so now this will be the request the user will send, and when the user sends this request, we'll go here and perform this action. Okay, so now let us also create this reset, and we'll create another one. So perhaps I can put a comment here, password reset. Okay, so this will be for the actual reset, and we also need another one to effect the changes. Okay, so this one will be the change password itself. Okay, so when the user send the request, so we'll perform this one first to send the request to the user, and we'll use this to verify the user details, then push the form to the user. Then when the user, after filling the form and send it, we will hit on this route. Okay, and so now let us check on this one. Okay, so in here we'll also create another function for, okay, so we'll need to take this information from the user. That is the, if you can recall, here we're taking the user ID. Let me import it straight. We're taking the user ID and the token because we need to verify whether the token and everything is correct before we usher the user to change the password. Okay, so in a try catch, we'll perform the action. We have a little bit of an error. Okay, so in here we first need to find the user and check if the user exists or not. Okay, so here we'll first check if the user exists by reasons of the user ID. If the user does not exist, we'll push the user to the content we created here, to this route, which is user slash verified. Okay, so this will rather go to reset password. Okay, or we can even use the same endpoint here. Okay, we can change it. That's not the case. Okay, so we can say it should go to user dot here, and when it goes here, we'll send the status to be error. The status will be error, and there should be a type of reset. Okay, so the type will be reset, and the status will be error, and the message will be this message that we are sending to the user. Okay. Okay, so if the user also exists, then we need to find from the reset password form. We need to find from that model to see that if the user ID actually exists. If it exists, if it doesn't exist, then we'll still have to send the user to the reset form again. Send the user to the page. send the user to that page. Actually here, let's remove the reset type. Okay, and just keep it like this, that an error. Okay, because if we put the parameter type, the form will show, but here we want to display the error message instead. Okay, so this will be the message here. Also, if the user does not exist, we'll send a different message to the user. Okay, now let's continue. So now, if it exists, meaning if the reset link is valid, we need to get the we need to get the expire at the token and the reset token. Okay, we're getting the token as reset token. The reason is we have one token here, that's why we're renaming this to reset token. Okay, so now we need to perform and see if the link is valid, the token is valid. So we'll check if the expire at is less than this, meaning it has expired. Then we can go to our page again with our message. However, if it hasn't expired, then we need to perform a different action to the user. So if it's still valid, then we will have to check whether it's matched. So we'll call our compare string function, then pass the token and the reset token to compare and see if it matches. Then means the link is still valid, else we'll send a different thing to the user. Okay, so if it does not match, meaning this is false, we'll send a message to the user that the link has been altered or something, the link is invalid, so try again. However, if it matches, then we'll send the user to the same page, and here we're going to pass the user ID. We'll pass also the type. The type should be reset, and the user ID. Okay, so we'll pass these two. We'll pass the type as reset, and we'll pass the ID as user ID. Okay, so that when we get the form here, which is here, we'll get the form and then show give the user the opportunity to reset the password. Okay, so far so good. Now let us also handle this one here to avoid our error. Okay, so when the user is being served with the form to change the password, and then when they are done, they will have to submit it back. So now when they submit it, we'll have to find a way to handle it also. So okay, so in here, in a try catch, okay, so in a try catch, now we can go and import this one to get rid of our error. Okay, to get rid of our error. Okay, so now our error, I think it's gone. Okay, so we need to get the user. When the user submits the form, the user ID will come as well as the password, the new password. Okay, so we'll just get it, hash the password using our hash string. Okay, so we'll hash it. Okay, so we'll hash it. After hashing, then we need to create a new one. Okay, we actually not creating a new user, but we are just updating the user, only the password we are updating. Okay, so once we are done with the update, we'll have to push a message back to the user. Okay, so once the update is done, we'll have to go into the reset password first. That one is also here. Okay, so go into the reset password and delete that link. So we'll delete that link, and when we are done, we send the message that the reset was successful. So then we push the user back to this same page. Let me get it from here. Okay, so here you push the user to the same page with the status of success and the message as well. Okay. Okay. So when all is success, this is what we'll push to the user. Okay, so now we have these three functions working. We can try it now and see. We can now try it and see if it will work or not. Okay, so now let us go into our, let's make sure everything is running. Okay, so the flow once again is that first we'll have to request for a reset, and the link will be sent to us. When we request for reset, when we click on the link, then we'll hit on this route where we'll verify the link and the user ID to see that everything is okay. It's the link we sent and it is still valid. If it's still valid, we'll push the form to the user. Then the user, after filling the form, will submit the form to us. Okay, then this one will work. Okay, so now let us try it. Okay, let us try it. So Postman. Okay, so here it's a post route. Is it a post route or a get route? Let's check it again. Okay, so the reset is a post route, and the get this verifying the link is a get route, and the reset itself is also a post route. Okay, so this is a post route. Let's send it and see if it will work. So this is our URL here. Let's wait a while. Okay, so now we have a message of pending, that the reset link, password link has been sent to your email. So let's check the mail and see. Now we have a reset link here, let me try to copy the link, and it says it expires in 10 minutes. Okay, so if I copy the link here and I delete some of the value and press enter, you see that we are saying that invalid password reset link. The link is invalid, meaning it has been altered. Okay, so now if I click on this one, so now you see we have been served with a form to change our password. Okay, what if that when it also expires, we will not get it. Okay, so now let us try the other process of trying to send a different link again, requesting for a different one once we have another one. So if we click again, you see that reset password link has already been sent, so there's no need to send another one. Okay, so and if we come here, we still have the same old one. We can reload it and see. Okay, it's still the same one. Okay, so let's try to see if it will work. Okay, so now I want to change my password. Okay, so when I'm done, I gotta submit it, and now it says that an error occurred. Okay, so let's go back to our backend and see what error occurred. Okay, so in here we have the user/reset password, which is supposed to be this one here, and say an error occurred. Okay, so what will make an error occur? Let's go back and check. Okay, so let's actually try to log in with the old one and see if it still does work, meaning it wasn't changed. Invalid. Okay, let me change it to the new one and see. Oh, meaning the password was changed. It was changed. So let's figure out the logic here. Okay, so when it is changed, we send in a message. Okay, the status is success. Okay. Okay, so now let's try again and see. Let's request for a new link. Okay. It's taking a little bit of time, so let's wait and see. Let's check if we do not have an error here. Okay, there's no error. Okay, so the link has been sent. Let us check our email, and it's here. So now if we click on it, so now we have the form. Okay, so if I click on submit, so you see that password reset successfully, and I click OK, it will go back to the login, but because that page does not exist yet, okay, so it's now successful. So if we click on it again, we get this error. Okay, so meaning the link is invalid now. Okay. Okay, so now we've been able to change our password. We can try to log in with our new password, the old one, and see. Does not work, so let's try the new one, and it works. Okay, that's brilliant. Okay, so now let's move to another thing. Okay, okay, so now let's move to a different route. Okay, so now let us create a route to get user and also update user, since we are working on the user route now. Okay, so let's put user routes. So we need one to get the user, and will be a post request, and one to update, that will be a put request. However, we will need to make sure the user is authenticated before we get the user and update the user. So if you watch our previous tutorial, we created a middleware. So I'll just copy and bring the middleware here. Okay, so inside the middleware here, I'll paste my middleware, which is this. We are creating a user auth, checking the UWT, so it has to come with an authorization header, and if it doesn't exist, we'll send the authorization field. If it exists, it must start with the keyword this bearer. If it starts with this, then we'll compare it with our environment variable, the key, to see we verify it. And if we verify it and it's valid, then we'll attach it to the body of the request, else we'll send that the authentication has failed. Okay, so in here we'll need to import that middleware. Okay, so the middleware has been imported. So now we need to create the get user and the update user in our user controller. Okay, so now let's go to get user. Okay, so now let's create get user. So inside here we'll put it as usual in a try catch. So we'll put a try. Okay, so inside it, okay, so inside it we'll get the various params. Okay, so if you check from here, you can see to get the user, we're getting the ID, right, of the user. Okay, so we first need to get the ID from the user, and when the middleware also run, we'll attach the user ID to the body, so we'll get that one as well. Okay, so I think we can import this one. Okay, so once we attach it, we need to check. Once we get, destructure the various properties, we need to find the user by the ID. Okay, so if this ID exists, we'll check it by that ID, else if it doesn't, we'll check it by this. Okay, so and you see that we have a question mark here, meaning it's optional. It can be that it will not exist. That is, if I am trying to view my own profile, this one will not come. Therefore, we'll check with my ID here. If I'm trying to view somebody's profile, then this ID will be available. Okay, so if this one is available, then we'll use that one, else we'll use this one. Okay, we also want to populate friends without the password. Okay, so now let's check that user is available or not. So if the user is not available, we'll return a message that user is not found. Else, if the user is found, we need to make the password undefined, then send the result back to the user. So password will be undefined, then we send the user back to the front end. Okay, so that's pretty simple. Let us also talk about how we can do the update. Okay, so let's create a function for the update. Okay, so let's import that one also here. Okay, update user. Okay, it's here. So we'll also need to wrap it in a try catch. Okay, okay, so now let us get the various properties. If we try to update user, we need to get the first name, last name, location, profile, as well as profession. These things must come, and we'll check if any of them is now, then we'll send a message back to the user. So if any of them does not exist, we'll have to prompt the user. If they exist, we also need to get the user ID. We get the user ID, and we create a new object. we create a new object, the new object of the user with the various fields, and adding the ID as well. Then now we have to update the user. Okay, so we update the user using find by ID and update using the ID that we have here. So we have passed the new user, and if new fields are added, then that will also be created. Okay, now once it is done, we will get the user's friend. Once the update is complete, and now we have the new user, so we get the user.populate. We'll populate the friends of that particular user without selecting the password. Then we create a new token. We create a new token. When we create a new token, okay, so when we create a new token, then we set the password to undefined, then send the response to the user. Okay, so we set the password to undefined and send the response to the user. Okay, so that's pretty simple as well. Okay, so now we can get the user as well as update the user. Okay, okay, so let us go to another thing, which will be the friend request. Okay, so we can get friend request, and the friend request will come in 3 fields. So in here, this thing goes down. Okay, so now one will have to find a friend request. So this route will make us do the request, right? And this will let us get all the requests that we have, and this will let us either accept it or deny it. Okay, okay, so now let's work on this 3. Okay, so first let's find the friend request. Okay, so in here, okay, okay, so save in a try catch. Okay, so here we'll need to get 2 things. One is the user ID, meaning the person logged in and to whom the request is being sent to, which will come through the body as well. Okay, so now we need to perform some actions to see if the request has already been sent or not. So now we first need to check if the request exists. So we'll check from the friend request model. So if you go into the model, we have friend request. We check from there to see if the request already exists. Okay, so we'll check if the request exists. So we'll check by reasons of these 2 whether the from and the to exist. Okay, so if it exists, then we send a message that friend request already exists or sent. However, it can be that it does not exist, but rather it will be in another form. And the another form can be that maybe this person we are sending to has already sent us a request. So we are also checking again by switching the values to check if they have also sent us a request. If that is also true, then we send the same message that request already exists. If the two does not exist, then we'll perform the action. We'll perform the action of new request and create a new request. And so the request to and the request from will be we sending the request, then we send the response back to the front end or to the user. Okay, so now we can go here, import this, import this. Okay, so that's pretty fine. So far so good. Let us go to another one and get all friend requests. Now that we have been able to send a friend request, let us also try to create a friend request, and let us try to accept friend request or get the request, I mean to say. Okay, okay, so let's try to get the request. So this will be a get request, which is coming from here. Let's import it. Okay, so we get the request. Okay, okay, so first we need to get the user ID. We get the user ID, then we'll fetch the user. And this is how we're going to fetch it. We're going to fetch the request from the friend request. We'll find by whether the request to is equal to the person logged in. Assuming I'm the one logged in, all the requests sent to me, I'll get it, and with the status being pending, where the status is pending. If it's accepted, we don't have to fetch it. We'll only fetch those with status pending. And when we fetch it, we want to populate the person who sent the request, right? So from who, we'll just get the name, the last name, the profile, and the profession without the password. And at a time, we want to fetch 10 records at a time, where we sort by the ID. So once it is done, then we will send it back to the user here. Okay, so that's also simple. Okay, so now let us talk about how we can create and accept or deny request. Okay, so if we come here, left with it, this one, how can we accept or deny request? Okay, 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 so in here we will need to get the user ID. So we'll get the user ID, and we'll get also from the body the request ID and the status. Okay, so the request ID and the status. So we'll just search by the request ID. If that request exists, if it does not exist, then we'll send that no request with such ID. However, if it exists, then we will have to update it. So we'll find one we find and update it by the request ID, and we update it according to the status we are getting here. So the status can be accepted or denied. Okay, so if the status is accepted, if it is accepted, once we are done with the update, if the status is accepted, then we'll have to also push the user ID into the we need to first find the user, so the one performing the action of acceptance or denial. We will find the person by the ID, and once we find the person by the ID in of his friends, we'll push the from ID into it. The person who sent us the request will push the ID into our friends. Okay, then we save it, and we will also find our friend by their ID and push our ID also into it. So meaning that we pushing our ID to our friends and pushing our friends ID also into our friends. Okay, so meaning now we have established the connection. So I send you my ID, then you also send me your ID. So okay, so that's what is happening here. However, if it's denial, then we don't need to push anything in here. We just have to send to the user the status. If you cancel the request, we don't have to save the IDs. We just update it here that he has been denied and send the response back to the user. Okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, so what next we're gonna do? There is another one where we can also view user profile, and that will be the last route we'll have here. We'll have last two routes. Okay, let me bring the two routes in our users here. Okay, so the last two routes we'll have one. Okay, so this accept request, let's import it. Okay, accept request. Okay, so now we have one where we view user profile and the other to also get suggested friends. Okay, to view profile, it's really simple. So I'm going to bring that one, then we'll look at what is happening here. Okay, so to view profile, we will need your ID, and we also need the ID of the person's profile you view. So we find the user and we push your ID into his views. We push your ID into his views, then we save it and we send the response back. That's pretty simple. Okay, and also to get suggested friends, that will also be a simple thing to do here. Okay, so one thing is that we'll need to get the user ID here, and we get a query here. Once we have the query, we need to attach the query ID, attach the ID, and the ID should be in, right? Not now. It needs not to be now. Okay. Okay, so we pass it and check if the ID is like this, right? It should not be equal to this, our ID. So what we're trying to do is that we don't want to fetch our own record, but we want to fetch records of others. Okay, and we also want to check from friends that our ID should not be part of them. So if you are our friend, we need not to fetch your data, right? So we will not fetch our own data nor fetch our friends' data. So we're going to fetch different ones. So we just suggest different people. We will not fetch our own record, as well as fetch the records of our friends. Okay, so that's what we're doing here, and we'll limit it to 15 records at a time, and we send it back to the user. That's pretty simple. Okay, so let's import them here. Okay, so I think we can try them now and see. Let's make sure it's working. Okay, so now that we are logged in, that we have this token, let me copy it because we need token. Okay, so now we are done with register login request. Let's get user NC. Okay, so yeah, let's close this. So get user. So get user here, just click on authorization, select bearer token, and paste your token here. Let's paste your token here. It should be a post request users.getUser and send. Okay, so this one we are getting our own user record. Okay, assuming that there is no other user, but if I put / another user, we can also go it like this and still get another user post. Okay, so that one also works. If you check from our console, you should see that that one returns success. Okay, okay, so now let us also try to update. Okay, so we're gonna update our user. Okay, so in the update we also need to have a token, so authorization bearer token, and paste your token here. Token should be token, this our token. Okay, and let's update it and see. So in the body, raw and JSON, and send it and see. Okay, so we also have the updated record here. Okay, so our information has been updated. So now if we go back to get user, you see at first we were not having the profile, so now if we send, we should get a profile. Okay, meaning it has been updated successfully. Okay. Okay, so what again can we try? Let's try friend request. Okay, let's try to view profile. Then we'll create another user to try the friend request. Okay, so we want to view this person's profile. So view profile, and we click, and let's see. So now authentication field. Oh, okay, let's go to authorization and change our token. Okay, and send again. Okay, so it has been successful. So if we go back to user and perform the action, we should have one view, and we have one view here. Okay, so now left with friend request and the acceptance. Before then, let us create a new user account. A new user account. Okay, so I will use a different email. Okay, so in this account I'll use a different email. Okay, and put a different name. Okay, and send it and see. Okay, so we have the request through. Let's check and see if it was successful. Okay, so we have it here. Let us verify and see if it works. It works. Okay, so now let us go and send a request to this person. Okay, so let's copy the ID again, go to login so we can get the ID of the person. Okay, or let's say we're gonna send the request to this person, so let's copy the ID. Let's go to my request. Here we're sending the request to okay, let's log in first. Okay, so let me close some of this. This should go. Profile view can go. Okay, profile view can go. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, so register. Let's go to login and log in here. Okay, let's log in and see. Okay, so this is our ID and this is our token. Okay, so now back to here, we'll put our token here. We'll put our token and go back to the body, and we'll put the request to, we are sending the request to this friend here. So I'll copy the ID of the friend. Okay, and put the ID here. Okay, and send to the person. Let's see. So the friend request has been sent. If I try to send it again, we should that the request already exists. So if I come here, we can get all the requests. How do we get the request? To get the request, we just need this endpoint. Okay. Okay, so let's create another one to duplicate. Okay, and rename it as get request. Okay, so in here remove this and put get request, and then let's make sure we have the token. Okay, so now we can go here, authentication field, let's get it from, okay, register, okay, okay, let's check from here. Okay, let's log into that account that had the request and copy the token. Okay, copy the token because the request was sent to this account. So let's get the token here and send it to C. Okay, so you see that we have one request here, and this is the user. Okay, so now let us go to accept request. Here, accept request. So we need to put our token again. Okay, put our token, and we need to also go to the body and get the request ID. So if we go here, the request ID is this one. We get the request ID here, bring it here. Okay, and we want to accept it, send it, and see. So now you see friend request accepted. Okay, so if we go back to get user here, let's try it to see if we get friends. Okay, so now you see we have one friend here. Good, so it's working fine. Great, so all our user routes are working now. Okay, well, let's work on a different thing now. Okay, so let's go to post route. Post route. Okay. Okay, so now let's go to the post route. Okay, so in our index route here, we'll import post route, and that file from / will be post route.js. That file does not exist for now. Okay, and we create a route which will be post, then all the routes. Okay, so let's now create the post route.js. Post routes.js. Okay, so we can save this now. Okay, so in the post route, we will need to get express. Okay, we create an express app, and the first route we create is to create a post. Let's create a post first. Okay, so we need to import our middleware. Okay, okay, so if we go to our controllers, we get post controller.js, and inside it we create the create post. Okay, okay, so in here inside it, before you create post, we need to get the various values or fields. So we'll get the user ID from the body, as well as the description and the image. Okay, we'll check if there is a null value or empty value. If the description is null, the user will have to provide something, but the image can be null. Okay, so now we will have to create a post. So we'll create a post by calling the post model. So let's call the post model here. That's post model, this one. Okay, so we call the post model here. Okay, so let's import it. Import post from // model / post model.js. Okay, so now let's import this. Okay, middleware.js. Okay, we're still getting an error. Okay, so we're getting the error from here. Import post route from this here. Okay, we need to export default router. Okay, good. Okay, so now we create a new post and we send the response. It's simple to create. Okay, so we send the response to the user. Okay, so now we're done with creating a post. Now the next route to create will be to get post. Once we have been able to create post, we can get post. I'll put a comment, get post. Okay, so we need to create this function. Okay, so we come back to our controller. Okay, and in here we'll put a try catch. Okay, so inside we're gonna have to get the post. Okay, so we're getting the user ID and also the body if there's any search parameter. Okay, so how do we perform this search? Okay, so first we will need to get the user. So we need the user model from here. Okay, so first find the user by the ID and we'll get the friends of that user. So we'll get the friends and we'll convert the friends to an array of the index, right? Okay, so once we get them, then we will also push our ID into the friends list. Okay, we'll add our own ID into the friends list. Okay, because we first want to fetch the records of our friends, including our post first, before we fetch other posts. Okay, so that's what we're going to use this one for. Okay, so now we create a query object or search query, and we want to find in the description if the search also exists. Perhaps you want to search something in the description. If it matches it, then we fetch that record. Okay, so how do we fetch it? Okay, so we need to fetch the post. We say await post, find post, then we pass the search parameter. If only it exists, we pass this, else we pass an empty object. Then we want to populate the users, the users who posted that. We want to populate their first name, last name, location, and the profile without the password, and we'll sort by the ID of the post. Okay, so once we are done with that, now we need to sort the record. Okay, so in here we want to get our friends post, so we'll have to post.filter, then we'll get the individual post and return in a friends list, return the post which includes our friends list, right? Okay, so only the post of our friends, we want to return it first, okay, before we return other posts. Okay, so when we are done filtering, we also get the other post. So we'll check all the other posts which does not include our ID or our friends' IDs, right? Okay, so post which is not coming from our friends will also come here. Okay, so now we create an object, we create a variable. Okay, so we create a variable of post response, and if our friends post.length is greater than 0, meaning our friends has post, we also have post, then we'll say the post result should be equal to, if the search also exists, then we only going to send the search post only, the post you search, else if it does not exist, then we're going to send our friends post as well as the other post, okay, as well as the other post. So we will send our friends post will be the first one, then the other posts who are not our friends will come last. Okay, but if none of them exist, if we don't have friends, if this is equal to 0, then we just send the post available to the user. Okay, then we just send a response with a status code of 200 to user, and we send the post response to the user. Okay, so we can import that one here. Okay, so what's the next thing to create? The next one to create is we going to get an individual post. So that will also be a post. So we get one post, and how is that one going to be? Okay, we'll just copy it and bring it here. Okay, that one will also be pretty simple. Okay, so here we get in one post, and in that post we'll get the ID, because the ID will come as a parameter from here. There is ID here, so we get the ID, and we find that particular post and we populate the user. Okay, actually we will not populate the if you want to populate the comments of that particular post, you can use this code to populate the comment and the user who posted the comment, as well as the replies to the comment. But I realized that one takes a little bit of time, it delays, so that's why I commented out. Okay, so we'll fetch the post only and we'll send it to the user. Okay, so we can import it from here. Okay, so now we're done with post, single post. Let us talk about how we can get the user post.
How can we get the post of the user? Okay. Okay, so I'll bring that one to here. How do we get the post of the user? That's also pretty simple. Okay, so here we're getting user post as usual, the request and the response and next. So we get the ID as of the user. We are trying to get the post from the params. So if you can see from here, we'll get the ID here. Okay, so we get the ID and we find the user, and we also find the person who we find the post, then we get the user details. Then we just sort the post. That's pretty simple here. Okay. Okay. So what next to do after we find a single post? Now let us come to how can we get comments. How can we get comments of a particular post? So I think let us work on how to comment first. Okay, since we get in, let's get the comment here. Okay, how can we get the comments? Okay, so let's put that get route here. Here will be get comments. Okay. Okay, so how do we get comment? Okay, so we're gonna get comment and the post ID. Okay. So let's bring it, not to waste much time. Okay. So now let us explain what is happening here. So we'll get the post ID from the params here. Okay, so once we get the post ID, then we'll go into the comments model. Okay, so in the model we have comments. Okay, so let's bring it here and make sure we import it. Okay, make sure the .js is here. Okay, so we get the comment by the ID and the comment model. If you check, you see that we have the user, so we need to populate this. Okay, so we'll populate the user, and if there are replies, we need to also populate the replies and populate the user of those replies. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. So after we populate the user who posted that comment, we need to check if there are replies also. That is replies.user. You see that we have replies, then user ID. Okay, then we'll populate that one as well. Okay, so when we add this to the main post that we want to fetch all the posts and do this, it will take quite time and it will delay. That's why we're fetching it separately. Okay, so we'll also fetch that one, then we send the response. Okay, so let's import that one also here. Okay, so now what again do we have to? Now we can now like a post also. How do we like a post? Okay, so this will also be a post route. So most of them here are post route. Then we'll like a post. Okay, so how do we do it? Okay, so in here, let's toggle this. Okay, so in here, now like post, we'll get the user who wants to like the post and the post ID. So if you come here, you see that we have ID as a param here. So we get the post ID and we find the post with the ID. Once we find the post with the ID, we'll check that if the post.likes we'll find our index in it. So we'll find the index. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, so we'll check if our index, so we'll get each index of the likes, and we'll check if that index is equal to our index, our ID. So if the ID, we have our ID inside it will either return -1 or 0. So if it returns negative, means that we haven't liked that post, then we can push our ID into the likes. If it does not return -1, means we have liked that post, so we need to filter and remove our ID from that post, meaning we want to unlike it. Okay, so this function will like and dislike it, then we will save, we'll update it, the post, which will include the likes, then send a response back to the user. Okay, so now let's also import this one here. Okay, so now after this, what next route should we go? Okay, how can we also like a comment? Okay, so if you remember from our front end, we can like a comment, so we can like a post, like a comment, as well as like the reply of a comment. Okay, so this will help us to like a comment. Surely there should always be an ID of the post the comment we want to like, but the reply of the comment is optional. If it exists, meaning we want to like the reply of the comment of a particular comment, but if it does not exist, means we want to reply the main comment itself. Okay, so how should we handle that also? Okay, so I'll bring that one here, and we'll see. Okay, so how do we go about it? Okay, it's not anything serious here. Okay, so we will also need to get the user ID and the ID of the comment, as well as the reply. So if the reply exists, we'll get it, else we'll not get. So first we'll first check that if the reply it's undefined, or it's null, or it's false. Any of them, it can be undefined, it can be null, or it can be false. Okay, so if it does not exist, meaning we are talking about the comment and not the reply, therefore we'll find the comment by the ID. We find a comment, and when we find a comment, we'll also check if our ID exists, like we did for the post. If we have already liked that particular comment, if we've liked the comment, then if we haven't, then we'll push our ID into that comment, but if we have liked it already, then we will remove our ID from it. Okay, then we will update it, update the comment, right, and send a response. However, if the reply ID exists, meaning that we want to like the reply and not the main comment itself, okay, so we will use this to find the reply, because you see that it is nested object, because it is inside this one post we have another object of the reply in here. Okay, so we'll first need to find the post the comment by the ID and the reply also. So the reply, then we'll select which of them match the element. So the reply will also have an underscore ID, and will pass the RID, which is the reply ID. Okay, so it should match first the comment, and in that comment also we'll find the one that matches the reply. Okay, because there can be many replies to a particular comment, and each one will have their own ID. Okay, so once we have this, we get the reply, we get that reply comment, Then we'll, as usual, we'll also check if our ID is in there or not. If it's in there, if it's not in there, we'll push it in. If it's in there already, then we take it out. So here we'll just check, that it will come as an array, and in the first index, that's where we have the like, that's where we have the replies. So that's why you see the index of 0 here. Okay, then we push our ID in, and this one also we take our ID out. Then we get a query to update it, and the query, there should be the ID and the reply ID as also this one. Then we'll use the query to update our reply comment. Okay, so once we update it, then we'll send also the response back to the user. Okay, so now let's go here and import this as well. Okay. Okay, so the next thing we can do after liking the comment and the reply of the comment, there are other two more routes we can perform, which will be the comment itself, how we'll post the comment and how we'll reply to the comment. Okay, so now let's handle these two. Okay, so inside here, how do we post a comment? How do we comment to a post? Okay, so as usual, we'll need to get the comment and from who. So if you remember the structure of our model here, so we need the comment and from who, and we also need the user ID as well as the post ID. This is the post ID, okay, which will be coming from here. Okay, so now we get all these values. Then we'll check if the comment is null, meaning there's no comment. We send to the user that the user has to enter a comment. So we send this to the user to enter a comment. Okay, however, if it's not empty, then we find a new comment. So the new comment from who will be the from who coming here, and the ID as well as the post ID will be the ID here. Okay, then we just create the comment. Now when we're done creating the comment, we need to okay, so when we're done saving the comment, we need to update the post with the comment ID. Okay, so if you check from the post model here, if you check the post model, you see that we have the comment here. So we need to push in the ID into that comment so that we know that this comment belongs to this particular post. So we'll find the post by the ID here, and find it by the ID, and the comment will push the comment ID. This one we get in here, we'll push the ID into it and update it as such. Okay, then we send the response. So that's pretty simple. And also how we can do the reply. So let's import this one. Okay, and this one, how we can do the reply to a particular comment. Okay, so in here we'll also need the same properties, but this time we will need the reply at, okay, and from, and the comment. Okay, so we'll check again. If it's now, then we return to the user that the comment needs not to be now. Okay, so now we'll find the comment itself by the ID. Since we are reply, we need to find the comment by the ID, and we check the replies. So in that comment we get in the replies, then we'll push in another comment, which you take the comment, the reply at, the from, and the user ID as well as the created at date. Okay, we push all of them in, then we save the comment info, then we return. So that is really simple in here. So let's also import that one. Okay, let's import this. Okay, so basically these are the various routes we'll also perform in here. Now it's left with delete, so we should be able to delete a post. Okay, so that one, let's quickly fix that. Okay, delete, we should be able to perform the basic CRUD operation. So delete is pretty simple. So we just get the ID of the post, and we delete the post by the ID. Okay, and we just send that it has been deleted. Pretty simple. Okay, so that's pretty simple. Okay, so now let us go and try it to see that it's working or not. Okay, so I'll bring Postman here once again, and let me try to get my token. Okay, I think with this one. Okay, let me copy this. Okay, this can go. This can also go. This can go. Oh my goodness. Good. And this can go. Okay, so now I have this also sub folder here, which is post. Okay, so first we'll create a post, we'll get the post, then we'll perform the various actions. So now let us create a post. Okay, so I will need to get the authorization, so let me put the new one here. Okay, so you come into the body, raw and JSON, and the post, you have a description and image. This is optional. Okay, so it's a post request, and we're going to post/create post. Okay, so if I send this, now we're getting a message that the post has been created. Good. Okay, we can also remove the image and post again. So now okay, we should remove the extra comma here. Okay, so now the post has also been created. Okay, so now let us try to get posts. So this will get all the posts. Let's also get the token here. Okay, here get posts. This one will not be needed. Yeah, let's try it. Get posts. Okay, and now we have the results here, the response. So we have post, so we have one, and we have the another one here, and each one contains the user, right, and the other stuffs of the post. Okay, so the likes, the comment, and everything is here. Okay, so now let us see how we can get one post. So let me copy one of the post ID and bring it here. Okay, so change this to the ID. Okay, also change the token to this, the token, and send. Okay, so we're getting one post. Okay, so one post, the user, the post description, and the image, as well as the other properties. Okay, now how can we get post comment? I think let's create a comment first. Okay, so let me bring this one here. Okay, let's create a comment first. Okay, so this should be the post ID. Let me put, oh my goodness, not this one. Okay, this should be the post ID here, and the authorization should have the key. Okay, so this is the key, and in the body here, I'm not sure we need body. We need a body. Okay, we need a body, so we need the comment, and let me change the name to CodeWave. Okay, so the comment is from CodeWave. We will just automatically pick the username from the front end. Okay, so let me change this to first comment. Okay, let's try it and see. Great, and the comment has been posted. Okay, so now let's go back to get post. That is one post, and try it again. If you can see there's no comment here, let's try to see if there is a comment. Okay, so this is user, so now we have one comment. We can try again and say okay, second comment, and see. Okay, so if we go back, we should get a second comment. Okay, so we have two comments. Okay, so so far so good. Okay, so we've been able to post comment. So how do we get the comment? Okay, so now to get a comment, as usual, let's put our token. This is the token. Okay, so we need to get the post ID, and this is the post ID. I want to believe there's nothing to be in the body, so we can delete this. Okay, and send it to C. Okay, so now we have the post. So this is the user who posted it, and this is the comment. So we're getting the comment, the user who posted that comment, and this is the post ID, and it is the second comment, and this is also the first comment. So we get the comment of a particular post. Okay, so if we change the ID, let me remove one, see that there's no comment, okay, for such ID. Okay, so now how do we like a post? Let me go here. Okay, put our so put the token. This is the token, and also change the ID, which should be this. We like in that post, we put it through and see. Okay, this cannot read property of now from like. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, I think, yeah, now let's try it again. Good. Okay, so now it's working. So now we have the post data, and we have one like. Okay, so if I click again, okay, you see now the like is empty because it has been removed. Okay, let's like it. Okay, so if we go to fetch post data, okay, you should see that we also have one like here. Okay, so now how do we also like a comment? Okay, so here let us get one comment ID. Okay, I think this is a comment ID, and go to like comment. Okay, so here we're gonna like a comment. Okay, we need to have our token. Token. Okay, this, let's try it and see. Okay, so now we have like the comment here. Okay, so we have liked the comment. Let us reply so that we like one of the. Okay, so let us also reply to a particular comment. So I'll bring the comment ID again here. Okay, so I'll put the ID here, and make sure you also have your authorization, the key. It's here. Okay, in here, body, raw, and JSON. Okay, so this first comment reply. Okay, so let's put a different name. The from, it's CodeWave. Okay, so let's try it and see. Okay, good. So that also works. So we have one reply to that particular comment. Okay, so now that's also working. So how do we like the comment? So I'll copy the reply ID, go back to the like comment. Okay, and if you remember, we said that the reply ID can be optional. So now let us pass it and see. So this is reply to comment. I will put the reply ID and send and see. Good, and it has been effected. I want to believe. Yes. Okay, so where is the get comment? This is get comment. Okay, let's try this and see. Okay, so if you check in here, okay, you can see that there's a reply, and the reply has its user, and the reply has one like. Okay, so it's working fine. So this is working, the reply is also working. And let's try to delete one post. Okay, so get post. Which of the posts should we delete? Let me see. Okay, so let's delete this one. And if you remember the route should be just /delete. Okay, so, and that will be a delete request. So I'll create a new request, add request. That will be delete post, and that's going to be a delete request, and it's going to be the URL / the ID. Okay, and we also need to have a token, so there token. need to have the token here, and this is the token. Okay, so if I send, let's hope for success. It's success deleted. So if we go back to get post, we should have one post now. Okay, I want to believe one is gone. Okay, so we have one is working. How many posts do we have? Delete, cancel. Let's see again if it's worked. Say successful. Let's go here and get post. Oh, this is get comment, sorry. This should be get post. So get post, and we only have, I think, one post. Yes, we have one post. That is this. Let me so we have this one post. Okay, so it's one post with the user and the comments. Okay, so we have successfully come to an end, and we will now integrate it in a front part. Okay, so friends, now let's integrate our front end and our back end. Okay, so to get started, let us set up a few things. So one, we will need to have our Cloudinary ID, because that's where we'll be saving all our images. So create a .env file in the client folder. Okay, and you need to have Cloudinary ID. Okay, so just go to Cloudinary. Okay, so make sure you log in. If you don't have an account, create an account and go to settings. Go to settings, and when you come to settings, click on upload. And when you come to upload, make sure that you have enabled if you see upload preset, if it's disabled, make sure you enable it. And you can, if you have also enabled it, just click on add upload preset, give it a name. Let's give it social media. Okay, and change this sign mode to unsign. And if you want to give it a folder where the images will be saved, you can give it a folder and just click on save. Okay, so I have one already, so I will not save this one, so just click on save, and after that you can go back. Okay, so now our upload precept is set. Also, when you click on this icon, it will take you to your dashboard. This here will take you to your dashboard where you see your Cloudinary name. So just copy the name and come and put it here. Okay, so I will not show you mine. Okay, so now that our .env file is set, let us run our app. So terminal, go here. Okay, let us cd into client and run npm start. Okay, to start our app on port 3000. Okay, okay, so whilst our app is starting, we can also start our back end.
So cd into server and also run npm start. Okay, so in here we will need to create a folder in the client. Create a folder of it should be in the src. We'll create a folder of utils, and inside it we'll create an index.js file. Okay, so in this utils, that's where we're going to create functions which we'll need for most of the activities. Okay, so in here, if you check, we have installed Axios already, so we'll be using Axios. So we import Axios from Axios here, and now our app, our server, it's running on port 88,000. So this is our port. Okay, so when we deploy it, we'll have to change this. Okay, then we also need to create a U API base. Okay, so we'll use axios.create, then we'll pass the base URL as this, and the response type will also be of JSON. Okay, so now let us create a function to that we can reuse, a reusable function here. Okay, so in here we are creating it this way. Okay, so we'll need to have a try catch in here. Now, as we are catching the error here, okay, we will need to return when an error occurs. But however, let us destructure the errors first. So first we'll need to destructure the error from the response.data. We console log it, then we'll return the error in the form of the status and the message to the user. Okay, okay, so now what can we do again? Now let us, inside here we're gonna have const result should be equal to await, and we'll say API request. We'll just say API, that is the one we have up there. Then we'll pass the URL we'll receive, the token, and the method. Okay, so we'll have the URL. Okay, so this should be the API, that is this one we have up here. Okay, so we have the URL which we are receiving from here, and after the URL we'll have method being equal to the method, or if there is no method, we want it to be get. Also, the data should be equal to the data, and also we'll have the headers. So the headers should be that if we have the authorization, so the headers should be of content type application JSON, and the authorization, if the token exists, then we'll pass it. If not, we'll pass now. Okay, so when we are done, we need to, and when it's successful, we need to return the result question mark data. Oh, okay, it ought to be returned result. Good, then we'll return this to the user.
to the where it was called. Okay, we will also need other functions to upload our images to Cloudinary. So without much ado, I will just copy and bring that function also here. We use this same function in our job application. So we are uploading file, we're just creating a form data here and appending the file to it as this, and we're also appending the upload preset. And as I told you that I have the preset name already, so I did not create a new one, and it's social media here. Okay, so in here we have we have that the response should be equal to await.api axios.post. Then we have our URL, right? So cloud api slash dot cloudinary.com v1 _1. Then you put your Cloudinary ID /image/upload. Then we append the form data to it, and this will return a response, and in the response there's data and there's a secure URL, so we'll return that one to the where the function was called. Okay, also we will need other functions like to fetch post, to like post. So let's work on fetch post because we'll be needing it from other areas as well. Okay, so now let's work on that. So export cons, then the name will be fetch post, right? And it will be an async function. Okay, it will be an async function. Okay, so this function will need some parameters. Okay, so the parameters we'll need here will be we'll need the token, we'll need the dispatch, we'll need the URL as well as the data. Okay, so in a try catch we will perform our action. Okay, so now we are saying const results should be equal to await, then we're calling this API request here and passing the URL. If there is a URL already, we'll pass it here. If there is none, we'll just go to /post, meaning we just want to get the post. Okay, and the token will be the token we'll bring here. The method will be a post method, and the data, if data exists, we pass it. If there's no data, it should be empty. Now when all is done, we want to set our post. So if you go to our slides and the readers, if you go to the post slides here, you see that we have set post here where we are setting the post to our state here. So we just call that function here. Okay, make sure it's imported. Okay, so it's here. So we just want to set post and return nothing. Okay, so this will help us to fetch our post. Also, we will need to like post. So if we want to like post, how we're going to do it? Okay, so as usual, we'll create our function. Okay, and here let's console log in a try catch. So let's console log to know what is happening. Okay, so I'll just copy this and place it. So in a try catch here also, then I'll just console log it. Okay, so in here, how do we like a post? And that is pretty simple. So inside the try catch here, okay, so we'll just say const that we call the same API, we pass the URL and the token, and it should be post. Okay, then we'll return the response to the function that was called. Okay, we'll also need to delete posts. So if we want to delete posts, how are we going to delete posts? Okay, so now we'll have a delete post, and the delete post will take the ID and the token. The token is almost needed in every call. Okay, so we'll still call our API request, and we go to /API, if you remember, then attach the ID of the post we want to delete and our password token, and the method should always be delete, and we need not to return anything, or perhaps we can even return return okay, so this is how we can also delete our post. Now, when we also have to always get the updated user information, so we need a function to fetch user information. Okay, so we get user info, the token and the ID. It's always needed, that is the user ID and the token. Okay, so first we'll need to check that URI. So we want to get the URI. So if the ID exists, if the ID is equal to undefined, meaning if we don't pass anything for ID, meaning we just want to go to /get user, that is without the ID, meaning we want to fetch our own data. But if we have the ID, meaning we want to fetch somebody's info, then we'll go to /ID, then attach this. Okay, the reason we're doing like this, that's we're not adding the ID directly, is that if it's undefined, it will always want to fetch somebody's data of which the ID is undefined. Okay, so this will help us to fetch our own data, and this will help us to fetch somebody's information. And we'll also use the same API call, and this will be a post method with the URI. And when we get a message of authentication field, means that our authentication, our token has expired, so we'll remove it from the user storage and alert the user that the section has expired. Then we send the user back to the sign-in page. Okay, but if it goes through, then we will return the user. Okay, so this is how we can fetch the user. Now we will also need two other functions, one to fetch the friend request and the other for view. Okay, so how do we send a friend request? As usual, we'll need the token and the ID. Okay, and we call our API request again. We pass the URL to users friend request. Then we'll pass our token, and it will be a post request, and the data will be the two whom we are sending the request to will be the ID that will be coming from here. Okay, and when this is done, we can return. Okay, now if we also want to get the views, we need this function for view. We'll need the token and the ID as well, and this will be the URL, the token, this will be post, and the data will be just the ID. And once we are done, we can also return from here. Okay, so basically these are the various functions we'll need here. Okay, so now let us begin by I hope our app is running. Okay, so now let us log out and come here. Okay, so we'll start from so we go to our pages and first go to register. We first need to register. Okay, so now to register, we have the onSubmit function here already. Okay, so we have the onSubmit function here already. Okay, so first we need to set the is submitting to true. Okay, so in here, then in a try catch, okay, in a try catch here. Okay, so now we need to call our API request here. Okay, so call our API request to make sure it's coming from the utils. Okay, it's here. So call API request and the endpoint is alt/register, and we'll pass the data that we are receiving from here, and it's a post request. Okay, so now we need to check the response that we are getting. So if the response status is failed, meaning that there was an error, so we set our error message here. Our error message, where is our error message? Okay, our error message is down here. Let's send it up here. Okay, so we send it, we pass the error to our error message, and when it is even successful, we pass the message there, and we set a time interval to reload the page. The reason we are not logging the user in or just reloading the page is that we will send the verification token, so we don't need to send the user, sign the user in. Okay, then also if then we set the loading to false, and when an error occurs, we also set it to false. Okay, so I think we can try it. So before then, let's go into create account, and maybe I need to go into my database and delete one record. Okay, user here. Okay, let me change this email. Let me just add underscore here. Okay, so I can use the same email. Okay, so I'll put CodeWave, then the email should be CodeWave with asante. Okay, and I'll put a password and submit it and see. Okay, let's go and see in our console. Okay, so now that we are redirected there, I presuppose, or I think that maybe we are logged in. The information has been sent. Okay. Oh, okay, so this ought to be set timeout. Okay, this is supposed to be timeout, and I want to believe. Okay, there was an error here. Okay, so we can comment this for now and console log the response. Okay, so if we go to our database, I'm not sure it was saved. I will still have the 2, meaning it wasn't successful. Okay, let's go back. Yeah, we're getting an error here. Okay, I think it's in the value of semi-bold. Okay, semi-bold. Where do we have semi-bold? Oh, okay, so this should be inside the string. Okay, good. Now we're good. Okay, good. So now let's reload it and see. Okay, so in here I'll put code wave. Okay, so this my email. Okay, and if I click, so I'm getting error here saying message is undefined and the status is also undefined. Okay, 88,000. Okay, so are we able to, yes, we have this. Okay, method post, it's like a get route is performing here. Okay, let's check here. Okay, this should be method, not, it should be method, not method one. Good. Okay, let's try it again. Delete this, try this and see. Okay, so I think it will work now. Okay, so now you see that we have the response that verification has been sent. Okay, so now okay, so this is the response, and you know that it has a status of pending, right? Okay, it should be, I think it should be success instead of status. Okay, so here you can control, yes. Okay, so if we try to register again, now we get an error that the email already exists. Okay, so far so good. Okay, so now we can try to, let's go to our login. Okay, login. Okay, as usual, we also have this one. Let it go up. Okay, so here also we're gonna set this submitting to true. Okay, in a try catch, we'll console log our error. Okay, as usual, we'll call the same thing. Okay, so let's import this. Okay, and the endpoint is auth/login, and it's a post request. The method is post, and the data is also here. Also, we need to check the same thing, whether it was successful or not. So we'll check the status. If the status is failed, we'll send the error message, and if it's true, there's no need to send a message. but then we just want to destructure the data, the response. So we'll destructure the token, and we spread also the user value, and we will dispatch it. So if you remember, we have our dispatch here, and we'll dispatch this, which is in the user slide. So let's import it. Okay, make sure it's imported at the top. Okay, we'll dispatch this action, okay, and pass this destructured value here to it. Now after we are done dispatching, then we'll just move to the / or home. Then we'll set also this to false. Okay, and when error, okay, we set it to false again. Okay, so now let us go and try it to see if that will work or not. Now if we try to go to home, I'm not sure we can go. Oh, okay. The reason is pretty simple. Okay, so just go into your Redux user slide and make sure you remove the default user and make it empty object. Okay, and let's try to see. Okay, so we can go to home since we are not logged in. Let's see, we are still here. Okay, so now let us try to log in. And the password is, so if I click on login, it says that we're getting an error as yes, we described the email is not verified. Okay, so I need to go and verify my email. Okay, so this is the email here. Okay, so if I click on verify, okay, so it has been verified successfully, and if I click here, it should take me to the login. Good. Okay, good. So now you see that it's working. So once we deploy our app and put the URL, it's supposed to work as expected. Okay, so since I am on that one, okay, so now I can log in and see, and good, we are in here. So if I check my Redux, I should see the user there. Okay, user, and there is a user here. Okay, good. And if I also go to my local storage, I'm sure it should also be there. So application, then here the user is also here. Okay, so far so good. Okay, so now let us now proceed to, so now we've been able to register and to log in. So let us also try the reset function. The reset, yes, good. So in here, the reset, okay, we also have it here. Okay, so as usual, we'll set the submitting to true. After that, in a try catch, we will perform our action, which is similar to all that we have been performing. Okay, so we'll just import this and pass the endpoint, which is user / request password reset, and we pass the data we're receiving from here, and it's a post request, and we'll check the status. If it's failed, we log the message. If it's successful, we also log the message, and we change the loading to false. Okay, so now let us go log out, go to forgot password, and put our password and see. Should be this one. Let's try it and see. Okay, so now we're getting an error of onValid is not a function. So I think there is a typo somewhere. Let's go and check. OnValid is not a function. Let's check our console. Yeah, so onValid is not a function, and okay, we don't actually see where it's coming from. Okay, so this function is the one we pass in here, handle submit and on submit. Okay, so this also submit. So where is the onValid coming from? And I'm not sure it's from our back end because we did not even get that here. Oh, okay. Okay, let's go and try it again and see. Localhost 3000 static JS bundle. Okay, so I actually do not know what the problem was, but I just changed the name of the function to handle reset submit, and I think it will work now. So just change it here and also change it here. Okay, so we can remove this and now uncomment this. Okay, and let's go and try it to see. So if I send now, okay, I think it will work. Okay, so it says the link has been sent. Okay, sure. So now we can go back and let's check our mail once again. So you see if it's working. We go here, we click on reset, we are given the form, and when we click on submit, okay, we get this, that is reset, and we are redirected to the login. Okay, so now let us try to log in with the old password and see if it still works. Okay, and that failed. Okay, so let me change it to the new one. Okay, and that one is working. Okay, so now we've been able to register, login, and reset our password. So now let's go to the home where much of the work will be done. Okay. Okay, close this and this and go to home. Okay, so in here, home, we'll have a couple of functions. Okay, so we have the handle submit. Okay, so let's work on that. Okay, so after the handle submit, we will need to also fetch post Okay, that one will not need data, so we'll need to fetch posts. After fetching posts, we'll also need to handle post like. We'll need to handle post like, right? And we'll need one to also delete posts. We'll need to delete posts, and we'll need one to get our friend request. So friend request, fetch friend request. Then another one to also get suggested friends. Okay, then I think we'll do the function to handle friend request, right? Yes. Then we'll need one to also accept the friend request. So these are pretty simple functions we'll be creating. Then we'll get our user. Then we'll get our user also. Okay, so in a use effect, we'll just set our loading to true. Then we'll just get the user information first. When we get the user information, then we'll call the fetch post. We'll fetch all posts. So after fetching all posts, then we'll fetch the friend request that we have and fetch the suggested friends. Okay, so make sure you have use effect imported. Okay, so it should be up here. Okay, so now let us work on them one by one. First, let's work on submit, the handle post submit. Okay, so first let's handle post submit. It's here. Okay, so first let us set the posting to true if we are posting it. Then also set error message to empty. Okay, or now. Okay, so now in a try catch, we'll perform our action. Okay, so what we have to do first, we need to first, if there is an image, so if there is a file, and if you remember we have a file here, if there is a file, we first need to upload it, and the upload function will accept the file and do the upload. So let's make sure we import it. So we upload the file and we await it. So when we get the URL, if you remember, we said it will return a secure URL. So the URL will come here. So once we have the URL, if the URL is available, then we need to form a new data. So the data will be the old data, then we'll attach the image and pass the URL. If there is no URL, then meaning there is no file, then we just use the same old data. Okay, so we'll call our utility function here, call the request, okay, and pass the endpoint of post dash create post. Then we pass the new data, and the user that we are taking from our state here will pass the token of the user, and the method should be a post method. Okay, so and we just need to make sure we're getting the right data. So when the status is true, when the status is failed, we log the message, and when it is also true, we need to reset our form. So this reset is coming from React hook form. Okay, React hook form. Okay, so reset the description, and we set the file also to now, and we set the message to now. Then we call our fetch post method. We call our fetch post method and set the posting to false. Okay, so let's quickly work on the fetch post so that once we save it, we will know that it is working. Okay, so to fetch post, we'll just need to await fetch post. So if you remember, we created, so don't be confused, this is without s, this is x, or better still, you can change this name. Okay, so this is coming from our utility here. Okay, so we fetching post and we passing the user dot token and the dispatch that we have here. Okay, right, so if you remember, we have a dispatch here. There's no dispatch. Okay, so let's create it. Const dispatch should be equal to use dispatch coming from React, coming from use dispatch. Is it imported? It should be coming from, okay, React Redux is here. Okay, so we pass the dispatch as well. And also, because we are setting the is posting to true here, once we fetching, we need to set it to false once we are done fetching. So we'll set it to false here. Okay, so now let's go and try to see if it will work or not. Okay, so if I reload it, okay, so you saw the loading, but I think we're still using the dummy data. So in here, what we'll do is that now we'll need to, well, we're getting the post. Okay, we can just take up this post and now get our post from our state. So say const, then we'll discharge a post. Okay, equal to use selector. Then in the state, we'll have the state dot post. Okay, we'll have this. So now let's go and see if it will work. So it's now loading, and now we have one post. If you remember, we have one post. Okay, so now let us try to make another post and see. And oh my goodness, so we have it here. Okay, so it's working as expected. Okay, so we have okay, so we have the post here. Okay, good. Now let us try to work on the other ones and see. Okay, so we are done with this, but then let us work on how to update our profile first. Okay, so let's go into profile, which is supposed to be here, and edit profile. Okay, so I'll again change okay,
I think here everything is okay with the exception of, okay, so now let us work in here. So here we will need to set our state to true, and in a try catch we're gonna have in a try, okay, catch, then we have error, okay, then we console log the error, okay, as well as set the submitting to false, okay, to false. Let me take this a bit down. Okay, so inside here, as usual, we'll need to check if we have a user profile. We want to upload image. So if you want to update picture, if you see we have a picture state here, then we need to import this function. So once the upload is done, we'll get the URL, then we attach it to the image here. Okay, so now we'll call our function again. Okay, so we'll call our API request and we'll pass the endpoint as this, then the data. So we'll pass the first name, last name, location, and we'll check the profile. If URL exists, we'll pass it, else we'll pass the old URL we have, right? Maybe the user is updating the profile but not changing the profile image. Okay, so now once it is done, we need to check the response. We need to check the response. Okay, so we'll check if the status is failed, we log a message, and if it's success, also we destructure the response, the token, and the user variable, and dispatch the action. So make sure you have the dispatch here, it's here already. Okay, and we'll dispatch the login, the user login again, so that we'll update our state with the new user, and also have a timeout that after this time we will set this also dispatch, which is coming from our state here. This one will also dispatch it and set it to false. I want to believe it has also been imported. Yeah, okay, login and this one. Okay, then we set that one also to false. Once we are done, then we set the submitting to false as well. Okay, so now let us go and try that one to see if it will work. Okay, so we have the close here and we have the select file, everything, it's okay, I want to believe. Okay, so now I'll click on to update my profile. I'll put my profession as a full stack developer. I'll put my location, Mumbai, India, and I'll go and select an image. So I will just select any image here. I'm gonna select CodeWave here and just click on submit and see. Let's make, okay, so now it's successful. Then after some seconds it will just reload and you see that our stuff has been updated. Okay, let's reload and see. Okay, so now you see that our post now bears our location. Okay, so everything is working as expected to this point. Okay, so let's go back. So once we are done with
We can close this now, close this, and come here. Okay, so now let's talk about how we can like post. Okay, so handle like. Now in a handle like, it's pretty simple. We'll just need the URI when we call the function. Okay, and inside it, we'll just call the handle like function we created in our utility. So we'll just call it and pass the URI as the URI here. We'll pass the token as the user token. If you remember, that function takes these two arguments. Okay, and it's a promise, so we await it. And once it is done, we also call our fetch post here. Okay, we can go and try it and see. Let's try to, okay, it's loading. Let's try to like this post and see if it will work. I'm not sure. Okay, let's go and see if I think it's not working. Let's make sure if this function. Okay, so in the postcard here, okay, no, not here. Okay, now it ought to be here, but not in the form. So here, good. So handle this will pass the function we just created to the postcard. Okay, so we just pass this handle like. We'll remove the empty function. Good. And let's also remove this one straight up and call the handle. Oh, okay, so we have it here, handle delete. Okay, and this one. Okay, so now let's go. Okay, so okay, so let's go and see if it will work now. Let's click on like. I'm not sure, it's still not working. Let's reload it and see. Oh, we're not passing the URI. Okay, now let's click on like. Okay, it's still not working. Let's check from here. Okay, it's not working. This has been imported here. Okay, so I want to believe we need to go into our postcard and make sure we're performing the right actions there. Okay, so in our postcard here, okay, so we have this here. Okay, so inside this, okay, so in the postcard we getting the handle like here. Okay, so we're not using it, so we'll use the URI here, and inside also we will call this. We'll just call this function we get in here. Okay, and also call our get comment. Okay, so I'm pretty sure it should work now. Let's load. Okay, like. We're still not getting anything. I'm not sure it's still going through. So where do we have the like button? Like is here. Handle like. Okay.
handle like is here. Okay, so perhaps we need to have the onClick event. So in this paragraph tag where we need to have the onClick event where we'll call the handle like, we pass the URL together with the ID of the post. Let's go and try it again and see if it will work or not. Okay, still not working. Okay, yeah, handle like. Okay, we'll come here, this is here, and we'll pass in that one also here, which is here. Okay, yeah, okay, so oh, okay, so it's now working. I needed to reload it, so it's now working, and if I click again, it has, okay, good, and I can like this one also. Okay, and unlike this, good. Okay, so we've been able to like post. Great, let's go back. Okay, so how can we now delete a post? Okay, once we've been able to like it, let's work on how we can also delete a post, and that's also pretty simple. Okay, so like, now delete, we'll need the ID. Okay, and inside we'll call our functions. Okay, so we'll call the handle delete we created in our utils file. Then once it's done, we call this again. Okay, so I think let's go into postcard and see. Okay, so we need to give the onClick event in our postcard here. Okay, so we have this here, and let's see if we are using it already. Oh, okay, so we're using it here, so there's no need now. Okay, so let us try to delete this post since it is our post. So if you see that this is not our post, so we can see the delete button. Since this is our own, we can click on it and it is deleted. Okay, so let's make another post and see. Okay, so it's still working. Let's make another one with an image, and I'll select this image and post it and see. Okay, so that one is also working. We will not work on the image now because we don't have enough storage to keep images, videos, right? So we only use images, so you can implement that one as well. Okay, so far so good. We have this, we can like as well as unlike it. Okay, good. So what function is now next to? Okay, so let's go back here. So we'll be able to like and delete. So now let us go to fetch friend request. Okay, so to fetch friend request is simple. We'll still use our utility function to fetch our friend request here. So in a try catch, we'll just call our function and pass the endpoint of user/get friend request, and we'll pass our token and the post request, and we'll set our state here to the
results that will be returned, the data. Now, if you remember, we were having a dummy data here, so remove it and make it an empty. Make it empty here, and this one also we can remove it straight up. Okay, so since they are removed, I don't think this one will be needed again. We can remove them from here, and let's go and see. So we don't have any friend request for now. Okay, so there's no friend request. Let's try with the other ID that we have. There was an account we created. Okay, let's see if it works. I don't remember the password. Oh, I don't remember. I'm not sure. Oh, okay, the password is still wrong. I do not remember. Let me check from my DB here. What is the user email? Oh, it's not that email, it's this one. Let me copy this one. Okay, it's this one. Let me put this one here and try it and see. It's still wrong. It should be this. Okay, good. So now let's go here and send a friend request. Okay, so let's first get the suggested friends before we can send the request. Okay, so now we can, yes, let's get the suggested friends. So fetch suggested friends. Okay. Okay, so how are we going to do it? It's also similar. Yeah, so we just get our function, our utility function here. We pass the endpoint of user / suggested friends and the token and its post. Then we also set this to the data here. Okay, so now let's just save it and go and see if we get in suggested friends. Okay, so now we have one suggested friend here. So if we click on this, we should send the request. So that one is not ready yet. So let's work on this one also. Then we'll come to this one. Okay, so how can we send a request? That is handle friend request. Okay, so I'll just copy and paste it, then explain here. Okay, so now in a try catch, we'll just call this send friend request in our utils file and pass, if you remember, it takes the token and the ID. So we pass the token and the ID, and when we are done, we just have to call this function again to fetch the new data. Okay, so this will help us send the friend request and handle friend request. Okay, it's been declared but not used. Okay, so where do we have that form? Okay, okay, so now if you remember, let's toggle this. Okay, so this is where we have the suggested friends. So if you come way down here, you see that we have this function here. So here we're going to call handle suggested friends. Should it be handle friend request? Great. And we'll pass the friend dot underscore id. Yeah, okay. So the suggested friend will take this friend id. So let's go back and see. So we should be taking the id here. Okay, because we'll need the id here. Okay, so we can go and try it now and see. We send friend request. So let's go back to the other account and hope that we have a friend request. Okay, so we have, let me reload it and see. So we have one friend request and it's coming from this person. Okay, so I'm not sure. So you can see we can still not send a different request again. We'll get an error 404 because the request already exists. Okay, so now how do we accept it? Good. So now let's come in here, how to accept friend request. So in here you're gonna have this. We'll also need to have the id here and the status, right? Because if you remember, it can be accepted or denied. Okay, so in here we'll still use our util and pass our endpoint, pass our token is a post, and we set up the data, which will consist the rid, which is the request id, and the status. And once we are done, we just have to set our friend request here, this data which is up here, to the response we are getting. Okay, and in here we'll have to pass this function to the where we accept our friend request. Okay, so where you have the friend request, we need to go there and perform this action on click action. Okay, so just scroll down to not suggested friends, to friend request here. Okay, so where do we have the function? Okay, so we have two functions here. Good. So where we have this on click event of our custom button, just pass the function, right? And the id and the status is accepted. Now we'll pass the same function to this, but this time the status should be denied. The status should be denied, meaning you don't want friends with that person. It's as simple as that. Okay, so now let us go and try to see if it will work or not. Okay, so if you check here, you can see that we don't have friends, it's 0. Okay, and we have one friend request. So if I click on accept, let's hope that it works. Oh, and it works. Okay, and it's gone. Okay, so if I reload, see. Okay, so we're not fetching the updated user. That's why this part is not updating. Okay, let's go and fetch the updated user and see. Okay, let me close this user. Okay, good. Let's come here and fetch the updated user. Sorry, there's a little bit of noise around, so kindly forgive me. I do not have control over it for now. Okay, so in the get user here, we're just going to call the get user function from our utils and pass the user token. We'll pass the user token, and if you remember, we have the user here. So the currently logged any user will pass the token of the user. So it only takes the token, and the ID is optional. Okay, so we'll also destructure the values, then dispatch the updated info here. Okay, I want to believe this is also declared. Yes, it's here. Okay, so now let's go and see if it works. And now you can see that we have one friend, and the friend is also here. Okay, that's great. We're making progress. Okay, so I think basically, let's see if we are done with all. This is done. This is also done. This is done. This is done. This is done, and the others are also done. Okay, so that's interesting. Okay, so now let us go into the here and work on the commenting. I want to believe those ones are not working for now. Okay, so in here, okay, so we have our like is working, and our get comment. Get comments here, we're setting the comments to 0, and also we need to get the comment from our, so we just use this, and if you remember, this is coming from our, I think it's coming from our utils. Okay, so we'll create this function up here because this is the only place we'll need it. Okay, so we'll create this function. So we have get comment, and we need the ID of the post, and let's import this. Okay, we'll pass the URL and the method as get, and we'll return this data. Okay, so this is where we'll need it. That's what we'll put in here. Okay, so we will call this and pass the ID and set comments to the response we're getting, and set the loading to false. Okay, so in here, this is what we'll do here. Okay, so once we get a comment, we can also go into the post comment form and post the comment itself. Okay, so in here, this is the comment form, and in here we'll perform the on submit, and as usual the on submit is very simple, like we have been doing. So I'll just copy and bring it here. So inside we just put it like this. Okay, and this has already been imported. Good. So we're setting the loading and the message to true and now, and we want to first check if the reply at exists, meaning we want to reply. Therefore, if it exists, if it does not exist, then it should be comments like post / comment, then the ID. If it exists, then it goes to this endpoint. Then we form in a new data, which will have the comment. That will be the data, the comment. The from will be the user first name and the last name, and the reply at will be the reply at that we'll send. And we'll use our API request, pass the URI, pass the new data, and pass the token as well as the method as this. We'll check if the response is failed, then we log a message. If it's successful, we will use the reset from React hook form to reset our comment form, then pass this, then we call the get comment again in order to get our comments. Okay, and this get comment is this one coming from here. Okay, so I want to believe that's it, because we have already passed this to our form. form, it's here. Okay, so let's go and post a comment and see. Says okay, before we'll come and let's check the reply comment to see if we need to do anything in there. Okay, I'm not sure we'll need to do anything in there. So now let's just try it and see. Okay, so I'll click on this. Okay, so we're getting an error of ID is undefined. Let's go home again. Okay, if I click on this, ID is still undefined. Okay, which is coming from okay, so I'm not sure if we're passing the ID to this post comment. Okay, so passing the ID here. Okay, so I mean here. Oh, okay, so we should accept the ID here, right? We should accept the ID here. So the ID is undefined, and the error that was here was as a result of the code console ninja, and that's helpful. You can try it. Okay, now you can see it's here. So okay, so if I go and click on this one, I think it's good. Okay, great. So we have this, and I can comment that these dogs are too serious. Yeah, so if I click on submit, let's see if it will work. Oh wow, so it's working, and we have these dogs are too serious here. Okay, so let's see that the handle that like, to see how we can do that handle like. Let's see, in the postcard, we're still in the postcard. So comment is here. Okay, so in the comment here, this is the image, this is the comment form. Now this, okay, so this here is the handle comment, I mean the like of the comment. Okay, so comment, there's a little bit of noise, so let's manage it. Okay, okay, so handle like, great. So we need to pass the handle like. Okay, so in here we can put our handle like. So we have the handle like here that we put in that we having the URL as, you know, should like then comment. We put in the comment ID here. Okay, do when you also click on to reply the comment, reply, okay, that one we've already set it here, so we can reply the comment, and I think that's all. Okay, and let's see how you can also okay, so we also have the handle like of the reply here. I think we almost done. Okay, so let's see how we can let's reload it first. Okay, so if I go here, that's where we have the comments. If I click on this, let's see if it works. Good, it's working. Okay, we can also like this. Okay, and you see that we have a reply to this comment. Great. So let me try to reply to this comment. If I click on it, okay, okay, oh, okay, let's see. Great. And just post it. Okay, and now we have it also here. This is a reply to this comment. Okay. Okay, so now we have replies like that here, right? So we can also reply this. We said not easy. Not easy. We reply to our own comment. Okay, and we can even like it too. Yes, great. So it's working. Okay, so I want to believe we are almost done. Let's try this. Great work. Post it. Yes, okay. So when there's no comment, you see that be the first to comment. There's no comment, and you have comments here. Good. So now we've been able to implement a comment where you can comment, reply a comment, and even like a comment. So I think pretty we are done in here. Let us go into, so if I click on the user profile here, it should take me to here. Okay, so now let's work in the user profile. Okay, so in our pages, go to user profile. Okay, profile. Okay, so in a profile here, we will need a URI, since we can be fetching from we can be fetching our own profile or fetching from other people. Okay, so now here we will not need this post again, because now we have our post. So I will uncomment it here. Okay, we will need a use effect. So I'll bring a use effect. Okay, and the use effect will be called once the ID changes. So let's make sure we have use effect imported. Okay, so when we set loading to true, we get the user and we get the post. Okay, so now let's create the get post and get user, then get post functions. Okay, so how do we get the user? Okay, so if you remember, we have this get user info function. So now we're gonna reuse it, we'll import it, and we'll pass the token, we'll pass our token, and we'll pass the user that we want to get. And you know that ID is coming from here as a parameter, so we'll just pass it to this string. Okay, and we'll just pass it to this function and set the user info here. Okay, so how do we also get the post? We'll just have a post function, another function to get post, and as usual we have the dispatch here. Okay, so we'll call our get post function from our utils, pass our token, pass the dispatch, and pass the URL, which is this one, because we want to fetch the post of that particular user. That's why we are passing the user ID, so we're getting the post of one particular user. Okay, and as usual, the handle like will be similar or same as the one that we have there. Okay, and here we'll also need the ID. Oh my goodness, is there anything wrong? Good, will be like this. So same like the one we have from the home, and this should be an async function. Good, and the handle delete okay, so the first one is handle delete, so let's make sure we import it. This first one is handle delete. After delete, we fetch the records again. Then this one is the like, we need to get the URI. Okay, and that is, we put that one also here, and this should also be an async function. Let's import this function also. Okay, great. So far so good. Okay, so I think pretty cool. It has to work. Okay, so let's go and see. Okay, we're passing the functions here. So right out of the box, perhaps it should work. Okay, so now the data has changed. Now we're getting the information of this person and everything. He also have one friend. Okay, and that friend is ourselves here, and he also has only one post. Okay, so here too it works like it all work from the home. I'm sure good, it works brilliantly. Okay, we can also click on somebody's profile, and that person has um, no post available. Okay, let's try this one. Okay, so this person has two, and that is our own, so we can even edit it from here, right? Yeah, so, and our friend is only one. Okay, so we only have one image. Two posts. We have two posts, as you say. Okay. Okay, so I think we are done, and I'm going to change to the light theme. So check your eye. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and light theme. It still works like it ought to work. Click here to go back home. Okay, we can, and when we click on this, it has to take us here also, right? Okay, and I think the dark theme, it's pretty cool. Okay, so what again is left? I think search. Okay, I think search. Okay, let's go and see how we can perform search, which is in the top bar. Okay, so in the top bar here, top bar is here. Top bar. Okay, good. So top bar, we have change theme, we have handle search. Okay, so now let's concentrate on the handle search. And the handle search is going to be just simple. We're just going to call the fetch post, that function we created, and we pass our token, we pass the dispatch, which is here, and we pass it takes for argument, we'll pass the token, the dispatch. The URL will be nothing because we just want to post, and the data should be the data we're getting from here, which is the search detail. Okay, and I want to believe we need to pass it to our form. So I want to believe it has been passed to it. Where is our form? Our form is here. Okay, it's here. So now let's go and try it. Okay, so there is a post that says hello everyone. So let's just say hello everyone and press enter to see. Okay, so we're getting that post. Okay, we're getting that post. Interesting. Okay, so let me try to search this particular statement in this post. Good, and it's coming here. We have it here. Interesting. Great. What if I search for something within the post? I believe it's supposed to come. Okay, let's paste it and hit enter, and still we're getting it. Great. So I want to believe we have come to the end of this, and if you remember, it is fully responsive. It's fully responsive. Okay, put it to Samsung. Okay, so we have it here, right? Okay, if I reload it, okay, so it's here. We have our friends post, then those who are not our friends, their post will also come here. Okay. And if I click on my profile too, yes, I'm taking here, and okay, so if you look to the app, you see that when it's on small device, the way the time and the image here, it's not nice. So I think what we can do is I will just come into the postcard, and here on it should be hidden on small devices, and from medium it should be flex. Okay, flex. Okay, so if we check okay, so I think this one it's okay, and we can reduce the size of the image on small devices. Okay, however, we can show this maybe after the image, after the name. We can copy this and paste it here. Okay, and it should be hidden on medium devices. Yes, but normally it should be flex. Let's see if we get in the result. Okay, so that will get the time under it here, and I think we can reduce the sizes. We can do font, now not font, test dash excel. Yeah, okay, or it should be like this excel. I think this one will be good. Yes, this one will be good. And we can also change the image styling on small devices. So let's say normally it should be width -12, hash 12, and from medium screen it should be 14. Okay, so you can just play around the styling to you suit your preference. At least now you have the idea of what we're doing here, right? Okay, so I think basically we've come to an end of this our tutorial. Okay, thank you for your time. Don't forget to like and to subscribe. See you in the next section or episode. You can also support CodeWave if you want. The link is in the description, and the link to the full source code, that's the back end, and this particular one will be in the description. Okay, thank you. Okay, so now let's talk about how we can deploy our app. So make sure one, you push your backend code to GitHub. So I have done that. So I've pushed mine to my GitHub account. Okay, so I have the backend here. Please make sure you do not put the node modules and the .env files here. Okay, so once this is done, just go to render.com and make sure you have an account. If you don't have an account, create one and sign in. Now come to new here and select web services. Okay, so if you don't have your GitHub account connected, make sure you can copy your public Git repository and paste the link here and connect it. Or you can connect your account. You can connect your GitHub account like mine, right? You connect it, then you see all your repositories here. So if you check my GitHub, you see it's in MS server. So I'll just search SM server. Okay, and this one. So I just have to click on connect, Okay, so what's name? Well, I'm not going to give, so I'm going to give MERN stack underscore social media. Okay, so MERN stack underscore social media, and it's in the main folder, so I'll just leave it to main. The root folder is just same thing. It's okay, leave this thing as default, and since we are using npm, we just put npm I. If you're using yarn, just put yarn add. Okay, here the start command should be node.a index.js. If your startup file is server, just put server.js. Okay, so you can click create, and let's wait and see. Okay, so it will start building. Okay, so we'll start building. Okay, so when it is done, we'll see that it will be written here live. Okay, so still building. We're here. Okay, so now you can see that it is live, and when you come here, you click on, you can see copy your email. Okay, but then we need to add our environment variables, so just click on environment and click on add environment variables. Okay, so I will add mine. So just add all the environment variables that you have. Okay, so just add Mongo URL and put the URL here. So you put the URL, add another, then you put all the environment variables here. Okay, okay, so now when it comes to the app URI, copy this URI you're getting from the server here and put it here. Okay, instead of a localhost 88,000, and just save it. Okay, so I've added all my environment variables, so you can just click on manual deployment and clear all build to rebuild it again. Okay, so it's building. So this is our server URL now instead of localhost. Okay, so it's now live. So okay, so here we just need to go into we'll go here, utils in here, and instead of localhost, we can comment this out and just put the URL that we copied. Okay, so now we have this here. So now if you can see, I have stopped my server from running. So now this is the one that is running. So let's check our app. Okay, so if I go inside the app and reload it, it should still work. Okay, it's still working. And if we come here, you can see that those messages are here saying that we have actually hit these endpoints. Okay, so let's see. Yes, we can still like and dislike. Okay, so now let's try how we can publish the front end also. Okay, so in the front end we'll go to um, okay, so we'll use Netlify. Okay, so make sure you log in. Log in here. Okay, okay, so log in with your GitHub account here. Okay, so log in into your account. Okay, okay, so in here we're going to just build it and bring it here. So in order to avoid the error that when you build and you begin to move to a different page, it crashes, I'll just paste this file in here. Just create a file of underscore redirects and just put this code in here. Okay, this code in here. So I'll just stop this from running and run npm run build. Okay, so this will create a build folder here. Okay, so while it is creating, let us go to Netlify and just click on add new site. We'll do deploy manually. Okay, so once it is done, we'll just drag and drop it in here. Okay, it's creating an optimized build, and we will have to also put our environment variable. Okay, so this is taking a quite time. Okay, so it's now deployed, so we can yes, build, go here and review it in the file explorer like this. So we have the build folder here. Okay, so all we need is just to drag and drop that build folder. Okay, so in here I'll just drag and drop it, drag and drop the build folder and wait on it. Okay, so it has been deployed, so we can go to change site name and change it to CodeWave, the social media. Okay, and save it. Okay, so if you come here, you can see the app name. So I'll just copy the address and okay, so here I'll just put it here and load it and see. Okay, so we have it working here, so we can try it. But then I believe we'll have to add a env file. Okay, so it's working. So I needed to add my env file, so just go to come here. I think it should be here, site environment. Good. Okay, so just come to environment, add variable, single variable name should be cloudinary, and put the same value. Okay, so now okay, so it's this one. So now this is our live app. Okay, so now we want to begin. So let's go and delete the user from the database, or perhaps change it. Let me change this account also. Okay, so now I'll open it here, log out. Okay, here, then I'm gonna create account, test user, CodeWave, and click on this, and let's see if it will work. This email is already in use. Okay. Yeah, the email is already in use. Okay, save. Okay, let's try again. Okay, so the verification has been sent to come to our email. Okay, so not this one. Okay, so this one here. So if you hover right, or you copy the address, now you can see that it is not localhost again, but it's our our backend URL is here. Okay. Oh, okay, so we're supposed to change this URL, but we did not change it, so I think we can come in here after register. to register. We go back home. Okay, I don't think it's from here. And I'll double check. Okay, so okay. Copy the address again. Okay, so let me click on verify and see. Okay, so it's not going through. Okay, so there should have been a / here. Okay, so we just have to go to our backend here where we have this app. Go to your environment variable, and where you have the app URL, good. You need to put / and save it. Okay, so I'll just edit this URL, and after that I put this one here and press enter. Okay, and we have been verified, so we click on this. Okay, so we have to change this redirect URL also in the app. Okay, so now let us try to log in. So wherever you have a local host in your app, change it to the deployed URL. Okay, so now let us try to upload with image and see if it will work. Okay, push. Let's hope the image also gets uploaded. Okay, then interesting, it's here. Okay, so we can see, we click on profile, it comes to profile page. Okay, so interesting, we have come to an end. Thank you for your time. Subscribe and comment. Also, the link to the project is in the description. Thank you.